So I'll call this reconvened meeting of the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services to order. Madam Clerk, may I have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Robertson is here. Councillor Louie, not in the chamber. Councillor Stevenson is present. Councillor Deal. Councillor Jang is on leave of absence. Councillor Reimer is not in the chamber. Councillor Meggs is in the chair. Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr is not in the chamber. Councillor Affleck. Councillor DeGenova. You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. I think Councillor Reimer had a leave of absence too. In any case, regarding item 3, just to remind everyone, taxi service review and report back. We'll be hearing from speakers on that matter on Thursday, October 29th at 6 p.m. These different scheduled meeting times are due to the fact that Metro had a budget meeting head-to-head with a council meeting last cycle, so we've had to make some changes. That's one of them. Regarding item number 1, removal of the Georgia and Dunsmuir Viaducts, Council received a presentation on the matter at the regular council meeting on October 20th, 2015. On October 21st, we heard up to Speaker 32 before recessing the meeting. So I'd like to propose the following for tonight. I've talked to the clerk briefly about the procedure bylaws, which don't really contemplate a 4 p.m. start. So what I would suggest is we take answers from staff to questions that councillors have submitted in the interim. Then we start hearing from speakers. We recess at 6:30 for dinner for 30 minutes, and then we continue till we complete this item. We'll have to get a motion to extend at 6 o'clock to cover off any eventuality. There'd be an opportunity for further questions, and debate would occur at the end of the speaker session. So any questions on that proposed way to proceed? Sounds good. Okay, so questions to staff. Mr. McNady, do you have some answers? You're the answer man right now. Got your mic on?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and Mr. Chair. Kevin McNady, Assistant Director of Planning. There were a number of questions submitted by councillors. I'll answer the questions on the planning and land use side, then ask Mr. Dobrovolny to answer the transportation-based questions. The first question is the notion of a land trust and the city retaining ownership of land resulting from the viaduct's removal. Yes, that is a possibility. We haven't yet decided the future of these lands. They'll be part of the conversation in the funding strategy. And certainly the retention of lands and the lease to a nonprofit for social housing, et cetera, is something we do within our normal practice anyway, and will be considered as part of that conversation. The second question related to the size of the park, and if I could just pull up a slide. The 2009 False Creek ODP identifies a 9-acre Creekside Park extension. I think this is quite well known. The directions of the future in 2009 also contemplated some uses in the lands on the 2 blocks underneath the viaducts, and I'll point at them with the arrow of the mouse. These 2 blocks here between Pacific and Expo under the viaducts. To be honest, at the time, and still today, we were kind of perplexed at what to do with these lands because they're quite compromised. They're between 2 significant roads. They're underneath the viaduct structures. They're quite shaded at all times in the day and quite loud. So what we proposed is some hardscaped play type areas similar to the skateboard park as a sort of a holding measure until we figured it out. So those 2 blocks I identified are about 2.3 acres of hardscape play area in addition to the 9-acre park, and that's in the current ODP. As you know, what we're proposing to you is on the screen today, which is a larger area of 13.88 acres of parks and open space. So this includes, as you can see, a larger Creekside Park extension, which includes those 2 blocks, or some of those 2 blocks, with the viaducts removed, and actually makes them a better space that's actually green, actually park, and isn't compromised by overhead structures. We also include a 0.81 acre addition to Andy Livingston Park by closing Carroll for transportation reasons, but there's a park benefit to that as well. A 1 acre Georgia Wharf, which would be a large public space at the foot of Georgia, and a 0.47 acre connection, which is sort of that mini High Line for the Dunsmuir connection, which is a green pedestrian cycling sitting area that elevates up to the Dunsmuir connection. We're also considering, but haven't yet planned it, an extension of the park further south into the sort of creekside promenade area. And in this area, we see a lot of greening, a lot of habitat restoration, and a potential expansion of park area into what's currently water to meet habitat needs. So we haven't quite planned that, and we haven't planned that and therefore calculated it, but it's also a consideration. So all things said and done, the new plan is for a 13.8 acre park, recognizing that if the viaducts stay, all that's on the table is the existing Concord commitment for a 9 acre green park, and the staff and council direction to try to explore some hard surface recreation space beneath the viaducts. The next question is about the Vancouver Planning Commission and whether they would engage with us to work on consultation on the consultation process and then expanding the public participation process. We've actually already done this. Council's previous direction when we were here in 2013 was to talk to the stakeholders and determine the design of the consultation process. We developed an online questionnaire. We met with about 1,000 people in the area. We had 280 people provide questionnaire responses, and we did 9 area stakeholder meetings, and all that went into the appendix that you have before you, which is the consultation plan. So we've actually already created that step, and appreciate that advice. It's good advice from you and from the VCPC. As always, we'll continue to work with the VCPC throughout the process to ensure it's a robust planning process. The next question was about expediting Creekside Park, and can we provide a no later than date or a sunset clause as referred to for the park? As you know, the park is a complex creature. It involves some land that needs to be, and for remediation of soils and working with the province to store those soils safely in a way that's to the public benefit and to all of our benefit. So the delivery of the park is somewhat contingent on that. However, as we said, we're going to engage right away and start the design of the park with a clear mandate to figure out ways that we can deliver pieces of the park earlier. We expect in the first 3 to 5 years, after 2 years of park planning, we can start to deliver some of the seawall and perhaps eastern portions, and that was iterated by Concord as well, because we'll have some progress on the design of the park. Beyond that, in the next 5 to 9 years, we expect delivery of the park, but it's difficult to put a sunset clause on it because it depends on the rate at which the Concord lands are developed and the soils can be managed. But in our mind, if we have a clear plan for the park and a clear phased delivery, the second we can start delivering more park, we will. The next question was about staff assessing the possible gentrification impacts of the viaducts, particularly in Chinatown. As you know, Council, that was an enormous issue in the Downtown Eastside Plan. We put in place a social impact assessment framework. We put in place benchmarks and monitoring after 3 years. So all of those sort of processes are already in place to measure any impact of gentrification in the Downtown Eastside in general, with or without the viaducts. Is it possible to increase the commitment to affordable housing, especially social housing in the area? Absolutely. The public benefit strategy for False Creek North already includes the provision of affordable housing, both in terms of secured market rental and deeper social housing for core need. The conceptual plan before you talks about 20% affordable housing, and we have clear council direction through the Downtown Eastside plan to try to maximize that, particularly on the 2 city-owned blocks by Main Street. Could social or cultural facilities for Vancouver's Black community be included, including the legacy of Hogan's Alley? This is definitely something we want to pursue. It's part of the Downtown Eastside plan, which identifies these blocks as a potential commemorative element, and we need to work with the community more to see what that would mean and what it would look like exactly as part of this next planning process. And the final question for me is, have we estimated the impact of the viaduct's removal on land values for property owners at current zoning and future zoning? As you know, there's very little density remaining in this area, so all of the lands that come forward for development would be through a rezoning process. This would include our standard pro forma exercise to understand the land lift with or without viaducts, and there would be a public benefit consideration resulting from that land lift to ensure that the public gains value from any increased value created by the removal of the viaducts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ignati.
Thank you. There were a number of questions related to traffic and transportation. The first question was regarding traffic volumes on the existing Pacific and how that compared with the new roadway. So today there's approximately 20,000 vehicles on Pacific to the west, sort of between Cambie and Nelson. The new Georgia ramp would have between 35 and 40,000 vehicles on the new ramp, two-way. And then to the east, the new roadway would have about 55,000 in total. So then the follow-up question was, what intersections have similar volumes as the expected New Georgia and Pacific intersection. So intersections that have similar volumes would be Burrard and Georgia, Main and Broadway, King Edward and Oak. Traffic intersections that have more volume would be Burrard and Pacific, Main and Terminal, Georgia, Denman, King Edward and Granville, Broadway and Kingsway. So as we said, this would be a busy roadway, but not unlike many of the arterials in the city today. Is it possible to delete the last paragraph on page 31 of the council report? No, it would not be appropriate to change the contents of a staff report. The sentence is correct. It's a direct quote from our consultant's report. Council could pass a motion related to that, but the body of the report is the staff report to council. What is the impact of adding H to recommendations I and J? Would this provide more security and or timeliness in delivering the goal of downgrading Prior Street to a local serving street? We think it would actually be the opposite and wouldn't support this. We don't think it aligns with the community's interests because it could jeopardize the possibility of getting senior government funding sooner. What it does is it says that we couldn't go forward with the new roadway until all the conditions and all the negotiations in I and J are met. And so we wouldn't recommend linking that new roadway to all those negotiations related to the viaducts. Will traffic increase on Prior during the viaducts construction and deconstruction and road construction? And also what traffic mitigation and traffic calming methods can be implemented on an expedited short-term basis to make Prior a safer street? So traffic on Prior and Venables is expected to decrease during construction as for a period of time neither the viaducts nor the new Georgia ramp could connect directly to Prior and Venables as the roadway is being reconstructed. With respect to traffic calming and mitigation works related to Prior, since 2012 there have been 9 separate safety improvements undertaken on Prior and Venables Street, and there are 3 additional improvements currently underway, such as turn restrictions and the installation of speed reader boards and a number of other improvements currently being explored and evaluated, such as signal timing changes and the installation of curb bulges and extensions. If the new east-west route arising out of the False Creek Flats is on Malkin, can we provide more assurances that Cottonwood and Strathcona Gardens and the Produce Row food wholesalers will be secure and minimally impacted? So this is design work that's currently underway. We have looked in detail at both the gardens and the viability on Produce Row and believe there are solutions there, and the work now is to work with the businesses and also the gardens to look at what might be the most desirable of the options that are available, and also the viability of the city facilities such as the Fire Training Center, which is also on that corridor. Why are we not considering a pedestrian cycling overpass to connect Andy Livingston Park and Creekside Park? This was considered in the last 2 years of work. A new pedestrian cycling overpass or underpass would be challenging, given that it would need to pass both the new roadway and the SkyTrain guideway infrastructure. It would also have significant cost, and staff are comfortable that an at-grade crossing with safe, accessible, comfortable crosswalks and regularly spaced signals can provide good connections between the parks. As I said, this would be similar to many other arterials in the city that provide safe crossings. Where will the replacement skateboard park be located? Will it be covered? The location of the replacement skateboard park will be determined through the design process for Andy Livingston Park and Creekside Park. All options will be explored, including leaving the remaining portions of the skate park in its current location. It will be covered, and the cost of a new roof has been included in the capital cost estimates that are included in the report. Early conceptual plans showed transit, bike and walking paths and a streetcar line running alongside the new road. They are not visible in this plan. Will they be included? So cycling infrastructure changes are noted on pages 14 and 15 of the report. All new streets will have sidewalks or walking paths, and the new Pacific roadway has been designed to allow for future streetcar, but the streetcar is not part of this proposal. One email to council asks that Carroll Street be retained for car use, especially for residents of International Village. What staff's response to this? In order to preserve the efficient flow on this new two-way Pacific road and the geometric constraints associated with new intersection between Expo and the two-way Pacific, it's not feasible to have another vehicle connection north-south on Carroll in that short spacing between the intersections. The analysis completed for this replacement network shows no increase in traffic on Abbott. I know that was a concern, but the modeling shows no increase. And even accounting for the Carroll closure due to the new direct access to the downtown from the Georgia ramp. The cost detailed on pages 34 and 35 do not include modifications to SkyTrain. Do we have an estimate of what these costs might be? Staff are not proposing any modifications to the SkyTrain guideways. The cost would be prohibitively expensive. The costs associated for temporary protection and monitoring of the guideway to ensure that there's no service interruptions during construction is included in the cost estimates. And that is the end of the questions that we received. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Dobrovony. So we're ready to go to our speakers. Just to remind speakers that you have 5 minutes. You may receive questions from council. You don't have to answer those questions if you don't choose to. If you want to take less than 5 minutes, council will welcome that. There's a number of people coming who are coming from organizations that have already had representatives and spoken a couple of times. We just really encourage people who are all coming from the same point of view to try to make different points and not repeat the same one over and over again, because we have a long night ahead of us and it'd be good to focus on exactly the issues in front of us. So, Rosemary Larson, thanks for your patience. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council, Chairman Meggs. My name is Rosemary Larson, and I'm a long-time gardener at Cottonwood Community Garden. I'm here to speak to the part in the Viaducts report that planners have asked the Council not to vote on, the recommendation to replace Pryor Street as the east-west arterial road with one to be determined through the Falls Creek Flats planning process. The report names Malkin and National Avenues as options for the new east-west arterial to connect Main Street to Clark Drive via an overpass across the north-south railroad tracks. I'm here to ask Council to respectfully direct planners to not pursue Malkin Avenue as a new arterial and to instead work on how National could serve as one if one is absolutely needed, or go back to the drawing board and work on how traffic cannot be otherwise routed. If Malkin Avenue is made the east-west arterial, Cottonwood Garden will be severely damaged, perhaps irreversibly so. Doris Chow last week spoke for the food warehouses located along the south side of Malkin about how traffic there today, the street is already at full capacity with large trailer trucks, vans, other trucks, employee vehicles, needing every inch of the street for the warehouses to function. In the warehouse owner's view, Malkin can't take any more traffic, and this is something we gardeners have long known, and if the street is made into an arterial road, the warehouses will have to move or go out of business if the street is widened on their side. To make Malkin the new east-west arterial without harming the warehouses, then Malkin would have to be widened on the north side of the street where Cottonwood is. If this is done, as much as a third of the garden could be destroyed and irreparable damage done to the garden as a whole. And I'm here today to ask you to not do that. Cottonwood Garden stretches along the edge of Strathcona Park to the north and Malkin Avenue to the south, from Hawks Avenue in the west to Raymer Avenue in the east. Our 3-acre green area is simultaneously a place where Vancouverites can garden in their own plots, about 167 of us, and a park consisting of a wide variety of mature trees, shrubs, and plants, which gardeners have planted and looked after for close to a quarter century. Our plots are nestled in, embraced by, you might say, the native garden to the north, where spruce, hemlock, firs, other fir trees interspersed with vine maples, Oregon ash, pin cherries, native willows, native crabapple trees, American elm trees, dogwood, Pacific nine bark, to mention just a few of the long list of trees and shrubs we make available to our visitors. Salmon berries and thimbleberries grow there, and Saskatoon berries. When you're working in your plot, depending on where it's situated, you can look up into the canopy of the Asian garden and see Chinese chestnuts, or in the fall you can see people who recognize them from countries where they come from and are delighted to find them, pick them up. The Asian garden was planted to honor the many Chinese residents from the Strathcona neighborhood who were part of starting Cottonwood. In the summer, you can walk over and pick some mulberries from one of several mulberry trees. And when you do that, you're likely to meet some of the many daily visitors. We share our fruit and berries with them as long as no one takes it all. Or you can check out the persimmon trees, the medlars, the Chinese pears, the different kinds of plum trees, and make a mental note on when the fruit is likely to be ripe. If it's hot, you may want to go over to the pool and see if there's any tadpoles that summer, or you may want to walk over to the bamboo grove and wonder at how many varieties of bamboo there are in the world. All through the year, gardeners and people of all ages, families with children, dog walkers who visit regularly and use and treasure the park, are surrounded by the sights and sounds of a diversity of birds and insects, native bees, honeybees, butterflies, dragonflies of different kinds, wasps, all signaling with their presence what time of year it is. Cottonwood Garden is buzzing and thriving with life. And you are surrounded, and I would say infused, with the fragrance of all this profusion of plant and animal life while you work or wander through the garden. Cottonwood is the closest thing to a forest bath we have in East Vancouver, and we don't want to lose it. Gardeners past and present, and the many, many who love the garden don't want to see Cottonwood sacrificed to a high traffic volume street to enable automobiles to race in and out of the city. We want the garden protected and preserved intact for now and for coming generations of Vancouverites who, as the city increasingly densifies, and we're losing backyards where people traditionally garden, and also increasingly are losing wild areas that provide habitat for native birds and insects. I'm happy that besides the increasing demand from citizens of all ages asking for places to garden, there is now a growing body of literature and research that affirms that gardening is a deeply satisfying human activity, one that speaks to an almost primal need in people. We need to have our hands in the soil at least part of the year, and we need it to stay healthy and happy, and that also having easy access to wild, diversely planted areas where wildlife thrives is equally essential to our well-being. So in the interest of keeping Vancouverites healthy and happy, and in the interest of the green, livable city we are building, I ask you to leave Cottonwood intact and to not make Malkin Avenue a new east-west arterial to replace Prior Street.
Thank you.
That's more to say, but probably my 5 minutes are up, eh? Yeah.
Yes, more than up. But Councillor Carr has a question for you.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much, Ms. Larson, for coming and speaking to us and reminding of us of what a treasure
Thank you for the opportunity.
Cottonwood Gardens is. As you heard from staff, this process to make a decision around the buttocks removal does not include a decision on the roadway, so on an alternative east-west route. So my question to you is, are you and those people involved with Cottonwood Gardens participating in the process that will make that decision, which is the False Creek Flats?
Actively and in quite large numbers.
Right. That's good. Thank you very much. I'm glad you are. Thank you.
Is there not an opportunity with the options mentioned in the report for Council to make a recommendation to staff?
I'm sorry, you don't ask questions here, and I was writing down what you said previously.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize the protocol.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you for the
okay.
opportunity to speak.
The decision's not now, as Councillor Carr says, but it will be forthcoming down the road with the False Creek Flat study. So, okay. That's all your questions. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for coming back, because you were the last in line last time and decided to wait. Okay, Jill Weiss.
Yeah, we have to lower all the way down. Okay. Oops.
Okay.
There we go.
My name is Jill Weiss, and I'm a gardener at Cottonwood Community Garden. Cottonwood Community Garden is significantly threatened by one of the options in this report, the Malkin Connector, which would put an arterial road next to the garden and destroy this miraculous green space. Cottonwood is much more than a community garden. We are an outdoor community center, an education space that the entire community uses, a sanctuary for wildlife and birds, including nesting bald eagles, hawks, hummingbirds, butterflies, and bees, a healing place for youth at risk, with over 1,000 young people using programs each year, a rare integrated stage 4 permaculture site, unique in the city, biodiversity in action with a native garden, Asian garden, many rare plants and trees, and over 40 types of fruit. A place where First Nations people are connected to non-Aboriginal people, with a memorial to the murdered First Nations women built by their families along Malkin, a partnership with the Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Centre to provide food to First Nations elders, a place where seniors and people with disabilities participate fully in a universally designed and the largest fully accessible community garden space in Vancouver. A connected to the community place with many community groups operating out of Cottonwood, including the Environmental Youth Alliance and a partnership with the Vancouver Food Bank to provide fresh vegetables. A sustainability research center, a place for the community to heal, to walk, to bicycle, to eat, to read, to paint. This is an incredible community building tool. We are so much more than a community garden. We are a different world, a healthy world, a world where people are connected with each other and with the earth. We are the different green, human connected green space you want to build. And you didn't do this. The city of Vancouver did not build Cottonwood. We did this. People built this. The community built this. People cleared a toxic dump site, composted soil with vegetables from the produce wholesalers, built a sanctuary for plants and wildlife, and an integrated community center. From the start, from the very beginning, Cottonwood has not been just about garden plots. This is an integrated world. We built a refuge for wildlife, solar greenhouses, an Asian garden to reflect the community that surround us and the heritage of the area. Volunteers built this magical space out of nothing, and volunteers maintain it for everyone. Have you ever seen an old-fashioned barn raising? Well, I have many times at Cottonwood. I've seen 30 people consult with each other about how to rebuild our solar greenhouse. I've seen a 4-year-old place mortar on the bricks and seen a 90-year-old help the 4-year-old build the solar greenhouse. How many 4-year-olds do you know in this city that have built a solar greenhouse? And how many places in this city can a 4-year-old do this? I've seen 70 people gathered at Cottonwood to build the first fully integrated, universally designed garden with full accessibility for seniors and people with disabilities. And I've seen 90 local high school students helping to build the accessible garden. Katimavik, youth from all over Canada, literally hundreds of volunteers clearing and building this space for people of all ages and abilities. This is real community and real healing. The city is concerned about the isolation and alienation of people in the city. Well, Cottonwood is a vibrant solution, a human initiative that protects the earth, builds community, connects people with each other and the earth. It's one of the best healing places and community builders we have. Our city is committed to a green city. This is the jewel of the green city. Being green is not easy. It is much harder to be green. It takes more thought. It is often more expensive. It's not easy to put in bike paths. It's not easy to ensure recycling. It's not easy to build in ways that are green. And it's not easy to protect Cottonwood. Is it easier to damage the garden? Yes, absolutely it is. Is it easier to just build an arterial road next to the garden? Yes, absolutely it is. Is it more expensive to consider an option that will protect the garden? Yes, absolutely it is. But we have chosen the harder path, the better path for our planet, for our city. We are destroying our world because it is easier, because it is cheaper. Please don't follow the easy, less expensive path, Please do not consider any options such as Malkin that will damage this jewel of sustainability and humanness and people-built community. Please choose to support and protect this community initiative, this beautiful, healthy human place that is the jewel of a green city.
Thanks very much. Councillor DeGenova has a question for you. Oh, sorry, I did the right. You'll have to go back on, Councillor DeGenova. It's my fault.
Oh, I have to, there we go.
Yep.
There we go. Thank you very much for your comments. Just, I'm aware, but just for everyone else, for all of the other councillors and everyone who's here, Cottonwood is very special as an accessible garden. Is that right? And could you elaborate a little bit on that and where the closest accessible garden that would meet those standards would be for people who needed to have an accessible garden if they couldn't access Cottonwood?
Right. Cottonwood is the largest the part of Cottonwood, pardon me, the expansion, the newer part of Cottonwood is the largest fully accessible community garden in Vancouver as far as I know. And what's really wonderful about it and unique is that part, which is about 60 plots, so I guess it's about a third of the garden, is universally designed. So when more people need an accessible plot or an accessible box, it's already designed to accommodate that. And the whole water system there is 2 feet high, so everybody can reach it. You don't have to be able to get down on the ground to get your water, right? The pathways are smooth and wide, and our accessible raised beds, of which there are, I think, now about 12, which is quite a lot, they're not just a token. They're actually large, and you can grow your food in them. Most of the other gardens that have accessible plots, they're teensy. You can't really do anything real in them. Our accessible plots are large, 120 square feet. That's really large. So it's amazing, actually.
And just a follow-up question to that, you had mentioned your fear of the garden being in danger with some of the recommendations here. Would you also be concerned that people who do face disabilities, persons with disabilities who do access the garden because it's accessible, would be less likely to garden and to enjoy Cottonwood?
Well, I think
the plan in front of us.
Sorry,
with the plan in front of us. I just wanted to make that clear.
I think the crucial thing here is this is an integrated space, right? It has everything works together. So, for example, if you're there and you have a disability and need assistance, then somebody else in the garden can be assigned as part of their work commitment to help you, right? So, if an arterial is built along one side and that's our long side, that removes a lot of plots, and it removes people that can help people with disabilities and seniors. But it all works together. The magic of the place is not that there is some plots. Plots are a small part of what our garden is. Our garden it's a sane place. It's a place where seniors and people with disabilities work with people who are able-bodied. It's a place where First Nations people work with people who are not First Nations. There are people from all walks of life. It's amazing.
Well, thank you. We're viewing this report trying to make it more accessible for people and to hear an angle of how it could actually make things less accessible. It's very interesting to hear. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr, did I clear you off by mistake? Okay, you better come back on. There's nothing lost. Go ahead, Councillor Ball. You can...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming in this evening, Ms. Weiss. I do appreciate your time and also your work in the community. I did ask about the gardens when we first began the hearing with staff. I had not heard your presentation, so my question was more about having the garden survive. And I did receive from Mr. de Bavoni some answers that they were hoping that they would be able to accommodate the garden's needs. But I'm hearing from you that there is a real concern about either being right beside the arterial, which has been being expanded, that you think is a real issue in terms of the pollution, and also the actual accessibility. Those are the two major things that you're bringing up. Just to make sure I'm really clear what the real concerns are, because there has been some talk about actually moving the gardens completely to a different area, and I didn't know whether you had been part of that conversation or not.
I don't think you can move a mature garden. I mean, you can move some garden plots. Absolutely, you can move garden plots, but you can't move 25-year-old trees that are maybe the only ones in Canada or one of the only ones in BC. I mean, that's just, but also, I mean, this is a haven. This is like a really sane place, a quiet place. If you put an arterial by it, the plots will still be there, but nobody will want to be, I mean, it'll just be one of those gardens that's, you know, by a busy road. You know, it won't be the community place. It won't be the place where people come and give courses, free courses in our garden all the time. So it's the arterial road next to the garden, whether it takes space from the garden or not, that destroys the garden. It would still be there, but it won't be what it is now. It won't be the special place that's really unique in Vancouver.
And when you speak of pollution, are you worried about the lead pollution in terms of the actual food production there? Is that the pollution that you're speaking of?
I don't think I said something about pollution, but I
thought you did. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm more concerned about the noise personally,
okay. Noise.
and that and that you just can't. It's an oasis. You can't have. What is that song? Paved parking lot. Put up a parking lot, paved paradise. Put up a parking lot. That's what would be happening here. And it's, how many times does the community do something like this? Something so wise, so smart, so integrated. I mean, community planners could take a long time to do that. It's really special, and you really need to protect and protect it.
Thank you. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much, Ms. Wise, for being here and providing your comments and for all your good community work. That's what I want to ask you about, actually. I know that you have very useful, insightful perspectives on a variety of development proposals within the city. You've come to council many times. I'm interested, although I know you came to speak specifically about Cottonwood Gardens, but I am interested in your perspective on the removal of the viaducts and the plan that's in front of us.
I really, you know, I mean, I think I probably can't really say, you know, I mean, I think if there's more, and I'm speaking for myself and not as a gardener, I think if there's more green space, that's a lovely thing. Personally, I like the viaduct. I think it's kind of nifty. But, you know, I think the proof is in the pudding and in all the details, and I didn't carefully look at that, so I can't really say. And I think it also depends to some extent on what people in the area want, you know, like, I mean, because to me, I'm a community builder, right? Cottonwood is a community-built place. Many other places are too, and so, yeah, I don't really know. I'm sorry to be. I should add one other thing, which is, you know, there are two options in this report. One doesn't hurt Cottonwood at all. It's national. It's far enough away, it would make no difference whatsoever.
Yeah. Great, I understand that, and I think you'll probably understand as well that that decision will come through the Falls Creek Flats plan. So I hope you're active in it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is that it?
Thanks, Ms. Weiss. That's all your questions. Thanks for coming tonight. Our next speaker is Jeff Freer. I think you have a presentation, don't you, Mr. Freer? Just the
Thanks, Chair. Mayor and Council, thanks very much for your time tonight, and thanks for all the work that you do. I know it's a thankless task at times, so thank you. I'm here tonight. I live in Falls Creek, and so I'm here because my wife and I actually use Falls Creek a lot, and we walk and move around Falls Creek and under the viaducts and over to Gastown, Chinatown, and all around. And so we're really here to give you some comments. I think you have a presentation which you may or may not have seen. I won't repeat it all, and I won't. I'll just let you have a look at it. But I did want to make a few key points. I think a lot of great work by staff and consultants. My sense for a lot of the work was that really the objective and the scope that they were given was to really look at how to take the viaducts down as opposed to compare to other options. And I think that was a general theme, I think. I would encourage you, if I know you get a lot of material, I would encourage you to look at the Ian Adam work that's been submitted, I believe, and also the Kenneth Chan work, that really some great options there for using viaducts around the world. A few key points. Yes, the viaducts were built in '72, part of a freeway system that was never completed, but it's kind of irrelevant now. They're really used, they're serving a different purpose today. They're a valuable cross-community connection, and they really help with goods movement. In terms of the viaducts carrying half the traffic they're designed for and carrying only 6% of downtown trips, I think using percentages really doesn't tell folks what it's all about. And most of the meetings I went to, people were talking about percentages. And I think the key fact is that we're proposing to put 60,000 vehicles on a 6-lane roadway on the surface in False Creek. That's the same traffic volume and daily as the Lionsgate Bridge. And I just don't know how we will make that a nice place to be. In terms of the seismic, I think it's been quite a bit about seismic, high risk of collapse. The viaducts were actually replaced in the 70s. If you look at the 2011 report done by the city, it says that they should perform relatively well in an earthquake. In 2015, there was a desktop review done, and no additional modeling or analysis was done. Looked a little bit at the costing. I think because no work was done, no further work was done, there's about a $17 million contingency in that $50 to $65 million that's been quoted. And so I would encourage you to look at that. If you look at the seismic on the SkyTrain guideway, I think that you'll find it's very similar. All the soils in this area, I don't think any of them have been strengthened. So I think you'll see that the SkyTrain and the viaducts will behave similarly. That aside, I think a real sustainable approach really would be to keep the viaducts and upgrade them. The energy in the viaducts is incredible, and so a very sustainable approach would be to actually upgrade them and keep them. There's been a lot of comment about the viaducts creating a physical barrier. I would much rather have 40,000 vehicles above me on the viaducts as we have today, rather than having a new 6-lane road with 60,000 vehicles. So, and the access to Chinatown, Gastown, False Creek today is just great with the viaducts. In terms of parks and open space, I think really look at those reports I talked about. It's amazing what people have done for parks and park space around the world underneath viaducts. In terms of the efficiency of the street network, there has been some talk about it's only going to take another 3 minutes for people to take this new route. But I think that's probably at 3 o'clock in the morning with no traffic. I think you will find with 60,000 vehicles a day on this new road that it will be chock-a-block pretty much all day during the day. And that 3 minutes, I think, having done some of those calculations in the past, it probably was with empty roadways. I think what you will see...
You could wind up, Mr. Freer, you're close to your 5 minutes here. In fact, you're at it.
I think what you will see is traffic spread throughout Gastown, False Creek, Yaletown, Chinatown. So I think in a nutshell, I'd recommend you keep the viaducts. Don't construct a new 6-lane viaduct or a 6-lane Pacific Boulevard, and really extend those. I'm with the gardeners. Keep the viaducts, extend them over to National in your next decision. Thanks very much.
A question from Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Actually, the speaker just answered it. I was asking him what his position was. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Freer. Your presentation was circulated to council, so if they want more information, it's there.
Thank you.
Fred Ma. Welcome, Mr. Ma.
Mr. Chair, councillors, thank you for letting me speak. I'm the president of the Chinatown Society Heritage Buildings Association. We wholeheartedly support the removal of Georgia and Dunsmuir viaducts. Your staff has already done an excellent job of reporting the advantages and disadvantages of the viaducts removal, and I don't want to repeat them. As you know, the viaducts were built under the pretense that it was needed to move traffic between East Vancouver and downtown. Today, the viaducts acts as a barrier for people to move between Chinatown, Gastown, and to Forest Creek and back and forth. In fact, there is a no man's land underneath the viaducts. The removal of the viaducts will remove the barriers for the people to move between Chinatown and the community to the south. Chinatown used to extend down to where the Georgia Viaduct is today. In fact, you still can see the plaque saying Chinatown on the Georgia Viaduct if you head north on Main Street. For this reason, we request that Chinatown District be extended back to the original area where the Georgia Viaduct is today. For planning purposes and future architectural design must incorporate many of the Chinatown characteristics that is in the historical area. Even though Falls Creek is not the topic of discussion today, but Falls Creek, to many of us, is the crown jewel of Vancouver. It is at the edge of the proposed park. For this reason, I would like to propose that the city apply to the federal government to declare Falls Creek as a no discharge zone, and the inner Falls Creek be restricted to non-motorized water sports use only. These actions require cooperation of 3 levels of government and the community. In raising this matter at this time, I'm hoping council will take up the challenge and work with the community to make the Falls Creek a true crown jewel of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ma. I don't see any questions, but thank you so much for coming. That's great. I understand you're on a plane first thing tomorrow morning, so thanks for coming down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Irene Kirk. Clerk can help you set that up.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Irene Kirk, and I am a longtime member of Cottonwood Gardens and longtime resident of East Vancouver. I would like to share my concerns, the changes that these discussions will have on the area immediately east of the Viaduct District. We are the ones directly impacted. At the moment, we have a nature reserve called Cottonwood Gardens, a gem. Not only do people grow food, they have created a community in this large and anonymous city. I've always belonged to a community garden, no matter where I've lived. And I've participated in allotment gardening long before it became the movement it is today. Cottonwood Garden is unique. There we go. Okay. Is unique. The participation is outstanding. We work hard to maintain this oasis for our neighborhood. Young families work alongside seniors. Some young people join who haven't a clue about gardening. They learn quickly watching those around them. The uniqueness of Cottonwood is in the ratio of common space to garden plots. I like to call it the poor man's Van Dusen garden. There is no admission charge. I invite you to visit. Oh, can I just... I invite you to visit. Compare it to the average sterile park. Here, nature is winning. Here, the eagles are winning. The birds, the butterflies, the bees, and wildlife have all found a haven. Rare plants and trees that Rosemary mentioned have found a home, all maintained by volunteers. Children from the poorest neighborhood in the city who never get a chance to visit the countryside have a countryside experience available to them within walking distance. It is hard to believe the plan is to blacktop it. Cover it in asphalt, make it wide, make it fast, get those cars and trucks through because they have places to go. Now here is the mystery. Pryor Street is busy 24/7, streaming cars out of the city. Malkin Street is busy providing jobs and affordable produce to all the greengrocers in Vancouver. Then you have National, empty, except for a few city vehicles early in the morning and just before afternoon rush as they clock out their vehicles. A few locals know it is a great shortcut to avoid Pryor. Oops, I've lost my. It is also a great route for bicycles to get to and from False Creek. Kids could play street hockey at the East End. On paper, Malkin looks ideal. The reality is the opposite. Building on Malkin would affect other businesses in that area, such as General Paint, who presently slow traffic to load their trucks. The food bank would be affected, as would other businesses in that pocket. By using National, hospital traffic would be directed away from the residential areas to the north, rather than be adjacent to them. National is industrial on both sides, has virtually no traffic, and is the logical choice. Almost 50 years ago, a freeway was stopped because it had no benefit for the residents of East Vancouver. Again, this road has absolutely no benefit for East Vancouver. The longer council delays this decision, the more likely the owners on Produce Row will continue to feel threatened and look for alternatives so they can move when it is to their advantage and not when pushed out. The suburbs would love to have this tax base and all these 7-day-a-week jobs. We all know a great deal of push for this road is coming from Port Metro and the railroads. They found money to build that South Burrard Inlet Perimeter Causeway, and they did it very quickly and efficiently. We will stand up to them, and money will be found to build on National. It is also to their benefit to have a decision made that causes the least disruption for everyone. No one should be allowed to tear up our neighborhood. The costs should be shared by all. Please do not delay this decision. Do the right thing. Going through National is the right way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions, but thank you for coming. Next speaker is Matthew Camshaw. Welcome,
Hey
Mr.
everyone.
Camshaw.
My name is Matthew Camshaw. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. The proposal we're discussing today has potential to significantly impact my life and the lives of over 500 youth whom I work with the Environmental Youth Alliance's Youth Garden. Located at the far southeast corner of the Cottonwood Community Garden, the Youth Garden plays host to many community events each year. In the space, I personally host youth internships, volunteer sessions, community groups, and workshops throughout the year. As the EYA's program manager, I am responsible for coordinating community activities in our youth garden. More than a decade ago, the youth garden was rescued from a thicket of 10-foot-tall invasive Himalayan blackberry by a team of youth volunteers. And since then, we have been very busy. Since the beginning of the garden, we've been growing and saving over 25 varietals of locally adapted heirloom vegetable seeds, which are sold by many local businesses and planted by hundreds of Vancouverites each year. We've also built a greenhouse where each year we run 2 intakes of an in-depth community nursery internship program. Youth in this program grow 3,000 to 5,000 plants each year, and these plants are distributed to underserved communities in partnership with over 30 local organizations each year. We've also worked with the food bank to plant a small community orchard in this space, and we've also grown and given away fresh vegetables to thousands of people since the youth garden was built. Many of the people who spend time in the youth garden have tough lives. The Cottonwood Community Garden is a rare oasis, one of the only places where many of our youth participants regularly come into contact with the natural world. Our gardens are home to hundreds of unique species of plants, which you've heard, and they create habitat for dozens of rare urban animal species. This month alone, I've seen bald eagles, Cooper's hawks, rufous-sided towhees, several species of bumblebee, a hummingbird, many chickadees, and wrens. The EYA's youth garden will be largely destroyed by even a small widening of Malkin Avenue. The garden sits in the most narrow position along the proposed arterial road. Running youth programming and teaching in this space is already a challenge with the road so close. Having a major arterial creep even closer will certainly impact the experience of spending time in the youth garden. And that's assuming that both the garden and this super road can coexist, which is a major if. We know that Malkin and National Avenues are the two most favored routes for the proposed super road. And I know that we're not here today to decide which of these two streets will be widened to accommodate more traffic. But city engineers have told us explicitly that National Avenue will be too expensive, and that makes sense to me. It really leaves only one option. Approving the removal of the viaducts and the construction of a 6-lane super road may well seal the fate of our youth garden. At the very least, I ask that you fully cost out National Avenue as an option and make your decision in full view of the facts. Please do not ignore the implications of this decision for our garden. I commute under the viaducts by bicycle multiple times each week as well and work several days out of an office at 119 West Pender. It's a safe and easy commute for me, and the viaducts take a lot of traffic out of the way, making my passage under them safe and pleasant. Cycling into downtown along the viaducts is also fast, safe, and pleasant. A 6-lane street will not be so easy, safe, or pleasant for me to cross. The only unpleasant part of my commute is the sometimes headache-inducing odor leaching from the existing Concord Pacific lands. The current plan to remediate the massive toxicity of the soil on this site is unclear to me. The shifting ownership over this significant liability is confounding. I sure wish I had more time to dig into it and to get to the bottom of this long-running debate over whose responsibility it is to clean up what is one of BC's most contaminated sites. To me, discussion of a plan to simply cap and build a park on top of this mess is a profound metaphor that may prove that in Vancouver city planning, beauty is only skin deep. Another recommendation I would like to make is that if you decide to go ahead and simply cap this toxic waste, please acknowledge that toxic waste exists. Give some money and support to the community gardens who are fighting to understand how to deal with their own toxic soils. Dedicate some resources, some signage at least, to helping people understand the risks and the strategies they can implement themselves to avoid these risks associated with toxic soil. This 6-lane super road will increase congestion, making it harder for ambulances to get to the new hospital site. The proposed plan does not adequately address the social injustices that have been done in the past, nor does it provide adequate solutions to the rampant inequality in this neighborhood. Others have spoken more intelligently than I can to these issues. In closing, I'd like to offer you all some seeds that we've saved with youth in our youth garden. I express my appreciation for this opportunity, and please, I just ask that you please not approve this proposal as it's written. Thank you.
There's no other questioners, Mr. Hemmingson. I wonder if, or sorry, Kamshaw, but do you have any view of what the view among the gardeners is? Would it be preferable, all things considered, to leave the traffic on Prior?
Among the gardeners?
Yeah, I mean, it's Prior was made an arterial by the construction of the viaducts, and that's why this issue is here. So this is a proposal to help out Prior, but from a garden perspective, would it be preferable just to leave things as they are?
I don't want to speak specifically for all of the gardeners. I know that we have 11,000 people who have signed signatures to save the Cottonwood Community Gardens and prevent the arterial coming down Malkin Avenue. So there's 11,000 people who agree with us that they don't want all the traffic on Malkin. Personally, yeah, I don't want to see it on Malkin, and
I guess you can see why people wouldn't want it on Prior.
I can. It's been said before that there are a lot of busy streets with residential roads on them in the city already, and it's hard to see how this is any different than those. But I don't know. I don't think that my personal opinion is that important to anybody here.
Well, it is, and we thank you for coming. But you have no further questions, so thanks for your submission and for the seeds. Sarah Wen is our next speaker. Sarah Wen here. Third call for Sarah Wen. Not seeing anyone. Dale Laird. Is Dale Laird here? Mr. Laird? Going once, going twice. I see Merv Terrio in the house, so Mr. Terrio, you're up.
Speaker 41, is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mayor, and Council. My name is Merv Terrio, resident owner in Falls Creek almost 40 years. That's 10 years before Expo. My comments are what I hear amongst the residents. When Mayor Mike Honcourt established BC Place Expo District, two numbers were set. Maximum 7,650 units built and a 9-acre park. 28 years later, 11,000 units are built. That's 45% more, and with land remaining to build on and no park. Maybe each of you should get a blank piece of paper, draw a vertical line down the middle, title one side fact and the other side fiction, and we can add up the score. So first item, units. Fiction, 7,650. Fact is 11,000, plus more land. Second item is park. Fiction, yes, 9 acres. Fact, nothing. Third item, park offered viaducts down, 13 acres. I write on my paper, never. The fourth item, 2004, 11 years ago, an addendum was approved to Concord's agreement, said no park to be built until land fully developed. So now we can change my opinion to maybe the park will be built. 2 years ago, residents were interested what taxes Concord paid on the 12-acre waterfront site. 5 years, had the Vancouver Indy, Cirque du Soleil. I went to BC Assessment, found valued to be $140,000. I then went to Vancouver City Hall and I was told Concord paid $3,300 a year. It was contaminated land. That's for 12 acres of waterfront. A year later, Concord went to court on Livingston Park Sports Field, the value, and it was assessed down to $1. I ask you, what tax do you pay on $1 assessment? Last year, City Hall approved 3-year lease on our park site for Concord's display building to July 2017. Many residents believe that that will be renewed then. Park never. Concord rental of, pardon me, Concord rental of this vacant 12-acre football, hockey event parking, AC/DC, Madonna, Vancouver Indy, now Cirque du Soleil for a month. Cirque rent is unknown, but years ago we thought it to be $230,000. But you know, last Friday, a Cirque executive known to a local resident said he could not discuss the rent, but said it was the highest they pay in their world tour. So now the viaducts come down and another 12 acres vacant city land is developed. The park for residents, The 2004 amendment says not be built until the development is complete. I suggest Council post Concord to do a $20 million performance bond now that the park will be built within their contract. In conclusion, I give Concord credit for future thinking. They have vision.
Thanks, Mr. Terrio. You don't have any questions? Oh, you just arrived on the bell there, Councillor Carr.
Yes, sorry. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Thoreau, for coming to speak to us. I'm interested in the last point that you made around the bond, $20 million bond that you are asking we ask to be posted by Concord. Can you explain that a little further? I mean, this is a bond that would insure, is it related to the insuring of the delivery of the park?
Yes, well, in construction, it's known as a performance bond. You say you're going to do something. If you don't do it, you lose $20 million.
Are there, in terms of construction industry, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with how this would work. Is there a date that is always assigned to this or no?
Well, it would be upon conclusion of developing all that available land. It won't be in my lifetime. I'm 87 years old. So, but I'm saying 20 to 25 years from now, and we've waited 28 years for this park that's not there. So let's give them another 28 years to develop the land right to the end of the street. Then they say the 2004 contract says they must do a park. So they must have kept an area open, and our residents are happy with a 9-acre park, the original, but they should be held their feet to the fire that they have to do it, or they'll just build right to the sidewalk.
Right. Okay, so okay, thank you for answering that question. I'm just noting, and I'm wondering if you have followed this in the recommendations in this report. Recommendation F talks about the rezoning itself resulting in the delivery of part or all of the new waterfront park on an expedited basis. That's not the completion of development. The language reads, and that the rezoning results in the delivery of the park. I can confirm with staff in terms of what you've said, which is earlier wording talked about development having been completed. Is that what you said?
Well, all the wording of the last 28 years, they have pushed ahead and overbuilt 45%. So I think they're unstoppable. But as I say, we have to put up a strong incentive that the park will be there, or else it just will be forgotten.
Right. And how did you determine the 20 million in terms of the posting of a bond? You used the figure 20 million. Does that derive from a known cost to the development of the park?
Absolutely not. Come up with any figure you like, but 20 million, a couple of neighbors have suggested this because they're making more than that off their development.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Terrio. Our next speaker is Marta Robertson.
Good afternoon. I'd like to acknowledge that we are in Coast Salish territory, and would like to thank the Mayor and Council for this opportunity to speak. My name is Marta Robertson Smythe. I became a member of Cottonwood Gardens only 3 years ago, because I wanted to ensure I am putting healthy food on my plate, and I'm interested in learning about food security. While participating in Cottonwood Gardens, I have indeed eaten in a much healthier way, excuse me, and I have begun to broaden my understanding of growing cycles and strategies. But this doesn't begin to describe the value of my experience of this place. Today, I want to emphasize some important things about the gardens, intangibles that cannot be measured in statistics and schedules. Consider the garden as a refuge. It is vibrant with the energy of growing things. It is a visual delight with an infinite variety of forms and colors and with many styles of gardening. It features rare indigenous plants and an apiary. It smells wonderful. It provides shade in the hot summer sun. People walking into it breathe deeply and let their shoulders relax. The common areas offer an abundance of fruit and berries to anyone wandering through. This place makes us happier to be alive, kinder to each other, and more resilient as human beings. Are these not the very things that connect us to our place on the earth and foster a true sense of community? You may ask yourselves, who enjoys these influences anyway? I've seen the contentment of the gardeners themselves, of people who volunteer to walk dogs from the pound across the street, clients of the food bank who receive a regular donation from our gardens, the very productive Youth Alliance movement, homeless people who also eat from the gardens on a regular basis, professional and amateur photographers, people working in local businesses, and many local residents who need to take a breather from tarmac and concrete and noise. These gardens are a successful example of community dreaming, planning, and working. This area of Strathcona started out as a pile of dirt and gravel 20-odd years ago. Now it is a refuge. This process of building has been recorded in the minutes of monthly gatherings that could be invaluable to other startup groups, showing the successes and failures that occur in trying to run a cooperative garden venture. It demonstrates on a local level ways to green our cities and ways to address serious global issues such as the increasing preponderance of genetically modified foods and a major loss of pollinators worldwide. It's a story of negotiation and cooperation, not only among the members of the co-op, but between us and other co-ops, our city government, and the Parks Board. It is an example of the tangible rewards that commitment and effort bring, and thus an inspiration to aspiring young gardeners. All the world's a stage in these gardens. With wheelchair accessible pathways, these gardens hold a place for exploration and education for every age and ethnicity and ability, from 2-year-olds to grandparents. And if we had increased support of the city, this treasure of Strathcona has the potential to reach so many more people. Let us help you make Vancouver a greener city. Widening Malkin Avenue into a 6-lane connector would consume a sizable chunk of Cottonwood Gardens and bring with it issues of noise and pollution that would destroy the remaining gardens and change the nature of Strathcona Park. As this council studies what would be an efficient replacement for an east-west arterial to replace Venables Prior Street and the viaducts, I feel there needs to be a balancing consideration. That is, what decision will best support Vancouver's Greenest City Action Plan and its housing and homelessness strategy? There is mention in this plan of an urban agricultural center of excellence and 20% affordable housing. But I worry as these features seem to be contingent on the financial success of other aspects of the development and are not presented as first priorities. This council today that we see has inherited from previous administrations a momentum for growth and development that can easily overwhelm your best intentions. I ask you to honor the great distinction that Pope Francis has conferred on this mayor.
Are you close
and
to the
this
end, Ms.
council.
Robertson? Because you're over time.
I have half a sentence to go.
Good, perfect.
Okay. I ask you to honor this great distinction that Pope Francis has conferred on this mayor and this council, and to carefully consider your priorities on a global and local scale as you proceed. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You don't have any questions. Michael Mandel.
Good evening, Councillor Meggs and councillors and the mayor. I'll be very brief because I think you all know my position in that not enough attention has been placed on the medical issues relating to both the viaducts and Prior Street, but that's been discussed.
Can you speak up a little bit, Mr. Mandel? Just speak up a little bit. That you don't have to speak directly into it, but a little bit louder, a bit closer would be better. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Great.
My interest is in the health of the community from the viaduct to the east. I'm hearing a lot about the Cottonwood Gardens, which can be addressed very simply, but this is not for me to say. However, after reading the policy report, I was certainly re-educated and delighted in its scope and horizon. If implemented in its complexity, it will make the northeast of Falls Creek an iconic area, not only for BC, but for Canada. This will draw people from the city, from all over the city to the area, and I find it very difficult to understand how such a successful enterprise will not create a traffic problem. This opinion was raised by Ian Adam, who retired in 2008 as the Assistant City Engineer of Streets and Structures. To quote him, he said, "The people who are now saying that will decrease the traffic are dreaming in Technicolor." Nevertheless, the issues that I've been addressing with you for the past 5 years are still ongoing, but part of the solution of Prior Street, in parentheses, can also be addressed to the flats, to the gardens. So in summary, I think that taking down the viaducts is an essential requirement to create this jewel in Vancouver. On the other hand, I think it's extremely important that the offshoot of that is to address the health issues associated with the traffic. And of course, it needs to be addressed in view of the upcoming medical facility that's going to be on the flats, which will need access 24 hours a day. In summary, with apologies to William Shakespeare, friends and councillors, I come to bury the viaducts, not to praise them. The good that men do should live after them. The evil should be buried with their souls. So let it be with the viaducts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for coming. Don't see any questions, but thank you very much for your submission. Our next speaker is Kevin Cameron.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I'd like to acknowledge the Tsleil-Waututh people, in particular the people of the inlet. This is their region that we're discussing today. While I remain indifferent about the viaducts themselves, my name is Kevin Cameron, Creative Director for Black Dot Roots and Culture Collective, and as a professional artist and arts presenter in the city of Vancouver, I would like to address some of the topics that the potential removal of the viaducts could result in. Vancouver today is a livable, sustainable, innovative, and inclusive city. And I would like to also thank Elizabeth Ball and Councillor Heather Deal for their work with the Creative City Task Force. I will be referencing some of that culture plan. In addition to the socioeconomic well-being of diverse communities in the city of Vancouver, artistic expression and cultural participation are necessary as building blocks for stable neighborhoods, as urban development creates opportunities for newcomers, young people, and artists to learn and value the multi-ethnic heritage of the city in meaningful ways. Because we value our multicultural neighborhoods, we should also support our centers of creative expression and intercultural exchange. By initiating activities that promote intercultural awareness, artistic excellence, and community dialogue, local residents, artists, businesses, and organizations can all benefit from a collaborative environment. The relationships that are formed from these interconnected activities strengthen the individual as well as the community and demonstrate the creative and cultural capacity of the city of Vancouver. One of the questions I have is the Creative City Task Force, their ideas and their role in this region if the viaducts are removed. I'm very much interested in that. For the past 5 years, I've been the director of the Hogan's Alley Poetry Festival, and that festival was founded in 2011 and supported by the City of Vancouver and their 125th anniversary celebration. We decided to present the festival annually, and we've been able to program over 50 artists locally, nationally, and internationally. And even though it is just a small-scale community festival, it was part of an effort to bring together the Black community into a historic space that was known for its nightlife, for its creative contributions, and it was a historic cultural place. So our effort was basically to kind of bring that back on an annual basis, even though the residents no longer live in the region, to bring together. It was essentially a knowledge-based industry, and a few of the people that were inspirations in that path were Afua Cooper, who was at Simon Fraser University in 2008, 2009, and she did a lot of good work. At that time, BC was undergoing its 150th anniversary, and the community got together, individuals like Wade Compton, and we discussed the dissemination of knowledge in certain spaces, especially where Black history has been either written out or ignored. And I was inspired to do the Hogan's Alley Poetry Festival because I knew people like Afua Cooper, who's both a historian and poet, Wade Compton, writer, author, historian, poet, Adeline the Soul poet, also known as Bertha Clark, spoken word artist, and she tells a lot of those stories that she's inherited from her family in the neighborhood. And so it just made sense to do. Hogan's Alley Poetry Festival is a celebration of diverse communities in Vancouver through literary performance, spoken word poetry, music, and storytelling. And I would like to also acknowledge that 2015 to 2024 is the International Decade for People of African Descent. Thank you.
You've got a question, sir, from Councillor Deal.
Yes, thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. Cameron, for the work that you do and for being here tonight, almost tonight. This is probably a redundant question, but we do have a city's Arts and Culture Policy Council, which will be looking at this carefully. Hogan's Alley is, of course, acknowledged in the report. And we will be looking very carefully at how to best acknowledge and celebrate Hogan's Alley as well as other cultural opportunities. would you be interested in being one of the people we consult with on how to best do that?
Yes, I would be interested.
I thought that might be a redundant question, but thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You haven't met anyone yet who did not want to be consulted, Mr. Kim. Thank you for coming. Suchi Lee, Villa Care Home. Suchi Lee here. Last time, Suchi Lee, Villa Cathay Care Home. Not seeing anybody. Athanase Gertin. Athanase Gertin. No, no taker. Stuart Smith. Stuart Smith here. Mr. Smith sent a written submission today to council. Not seeing him in person. David Matthews. Dave Matthews here. I see someone approaching. Come on down, Mr. Matthews. You can go to the podium. Oh, do you want to make a, you can go to the podium, Mr. Matthews, unless you have a, yeah, sure. That's all. I mean, you could use the chair too, but most people use the podium.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is David Matthews. During my working career, the nature of my work involved extensive travel over the viaducts and adjacent streets, so I'm very familiar with the current traffic flow patterns and volumes. After reviewing the city's policy report regarding removal of the Georgia Dunsmuir viaducts, I felt it necessary to appear before council to add my absolute opposition to the $200 million removal of the viaducts, which are currently a $100 million city asset. To speak to the benefits stated in the report, minimal traffic impacts and improved connections to communities. The opposite will actually occur. The daily merging of 43,000 cars and 1,000 trucks onto Pacific Boulevard would create traffic mayhem to the whole area. Anyone who uses the new Pacific Boulevard to travel eastward would have to navigate through a sharp left turn onto Pacific, cross 5 intersections with traffic lights, including 3 new intersections along the new route, with another left onto Quebec and then to the traffic signal at Main. From there, vehicles could travel north or south on Main or through the intersection onto Pryor. The city incredulously states that this only adds another 2 or 3 minutes more travel time than taking the viaducts. As it is, Pacific Boulevard is congested during the busiest times of the day, not including the hundreds of additional vehicles when Rogers Arena and BC Place pack in up to 80,000 people when combined events are taking place. Quoting retired Vancouver Director of Transportation Ian Adams in an interview with Business Vancouver August the 12th of this year, I quote, anybody who thinks you can take down 2 major viaducts and not have some impact, they have to be dreaming in Technicolor. He also went on to say it's going to have rush hour conditions for 6 to 8 hours a day, so it's not going to be this pleasant drive along False Creek. It's going to be basically an 8-lane freeway. The city's planning department's own analysis supports that congestion will occur and recommends the need for the Malkin extension be built, for which no cost analysis had yet been provided, and 2040 city traffic targets being met, which calls for 0 vehicle traffic increase by 2040. An unrealistic goal considering another 1 million people are expected to move into the Lower Mainland by 2040 and at least 160,000 of those people living in Vancouver. A city engineer confirmed the congestion with me, but told me that only about 10% of the 4,000 or only about 10% or 4,000 to 4,500 of this traffic would seek alternate routes out of the downtown to avoid this congestion, which means along streets like Hastings and Pender and so on. And further, that the congestion plus the traffic lights along Pacific would have the effect of slowing traffic moving forward onto Pryor from Quebec, thus supporting the city's assessment in the plan that current traffic along Pryor would be calmed by 10%. The reality would probably be that once out of this congestion, drivers would put pedal to the metal to make up for lost time. I mean, forcing all this traffic into local streets also goes completely against the city's advocated cycling, pedestrian, and road safety goals. The city's plan would also have 1,000+ trucks that service the downtown business traveling through this new neighborhood instead of expeditiously over the viaducts. As far as the the more resilient infrastructure for flood and earthquake safety. To address the notion that removal would make for more resilient infrastructure for flood and earthquake safety is without merit. The bridge was built in 1973 and is not even 50% through its lifespan. In a 2010 report, the city indicated that the viaducts were still in good shape and with a remaining lifespan of 50 years with a modest maintenance cost. Yet now the city has done an incredible 180-degree turn with greater emphasis on seismic durability based on further investigative work that the cost of maintaining the viaducts has increased from 8 to 10 million over the next 10-15 years with one-time capital investment of between 50 and 65 million. If this same bridge assessment was done for the other bridges in the city, the Granville, Oak, and Burrard Street bridges, which are much older, are they now going to be slated for demolition? In actual fact, the north end of the Granville Bridge is slated for a major development by Westbank's project's upcoming Vancouver House development, which will include public art installations, community event spaces, and retail and restaurant spaces. The same has been successfully done in other cities such as Paris and Buenos Aires. Something similar could be done under the viaducts, which, along with an innovative design for the Concord Pacific high-rise developments adjacent to the viaducts, instead of the typical ugly sterile towers that now seem to dot the area, this would provide for a very attractive, unique neighborhood. The very successful skate park at the east end of the viaducts is an example of how this space can be utilized. As far as improving options for walking, cycling,
Matthews,
transit, goods
up,
movement,
please?
and driving, all of the above love the viaducts. Just ask some of them, which I did. Perhaps while the city has deemed the viaducts a physical barrier for the area, the proposed 8-lane highway with the expected volume of traffic would be an even more pronounced separation, and the SkyTrain elevated guideway, which dips down to ground level to pass under the viaducts, will remain regardless. And I defer to what I've already stated with regards to how the underside of the viaducts could be used. As for social housing, there are adjacent and other city-owned properties that can be used to satisfy social housing without tearing down a $100 million asset and creating traffic mayhem. In my opinion, the most cost-effective...
Sorry, Mr. Matthews, you have to wind up. You're well over time now. So you were just motoring along as if I wasn't there, and I just want you to make a concluding sentence, if you don't mind, and then
Sure.
we'll be...
Yeah, and I'll just conclude by saying that I believe the viaduct removal proposal to be nothing more than a gross overstating of the merits of the project, which provide benefit, the main benefit to the landowners in the area, in particular Concord Pacific and the Aquilini Group. It has been estimated that removal of the viaducts and rezoning Concord Pacific land alone would increase the value by $110 million.
That's good. That's good. You're a minute and a half over now, so I think we're going to call it a day. Thanks for coming. Eric Wilson. Eric Wilson here, please. Mr. Wilson? Nope. Kambi Nanjala. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Gombina. Thank you.
That's the light. So you've got the mic in a good spot.
Yeah, my name is Kombina Njala. Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm a community leader working downtown East Side for the last 5 years, feeding the homeless. I do that once every month. And I'm also working with the Black community at Hogan's Alley. I thank everybody involved in this process to get to where we are today. I'm honored also to be here as one of those concerned contributors. Looking at the past injustices that makes us feel so much pain in our hearts. There is no way to heal those wounds, but we can forgive. And this will help us move on. Everything has already been said. People have already said what they want to see. All has been expressed since last week. I just want to put some more weight. One thing is when the viaduct went up, our people were displaced. Our culture was destroyed. If the viaduct comes down, all I'm asking is a restorative justice. Let us get back what was taken from us. We did not just lose 10 feet by 10 feet. We lost over 3 beautiful blocks of our community under its neighborhood. I know you are still listening. I believe you won't change your mind when the viaduct comes down. I hope you'll take this as a healing process for the community that was unfairly displaced. So many meetings have taken place to get to this conclusion. Just as it was so many meetings that displaced my people. Then it was a ghetto, a better place for the people of African descent, and a few like Japanese, Chinese, Italians, a place for crime, homelessness, poverty. Today, it's valuable. And the city is looking at $1. Let it not only be the city and the developer. Let it not only be the city and the developer's problem. Let it be our problem as well. Put the concerns of the people first, then others will follow. The future plans of the viaduct removal needs to make sure that development does not come at the cost of continued displacement. We are asking for adequate services in this area. This is also a better opportunity to restore what was taken from the people of African descent and other families with low income who live in Vancouver. This includes social housing, and I mean social housing. I understand the city's term of affordable housing. I don't know that one. We need residential for our seniors, immigration settlement services and supports, child care center, the park, music center, where we can bring back the lost memory, the likes of Elena Collins, Thelma, Chiki, Leonard Gibson, Leon Peeb, the Graham brothers, and of course the famous Jim Hendrix. We need historical memorial and archives to preserve records and our history, a cultural center, and of course, our African Fountain Church that has no records how it was sold.
Ms. Nanjali, your time is up.
Yes. Give me 1 minute.
No, you don't get a whole minute, but you can make a concluding statement.
Okay, thank you. I'm equally concerned in the process when viaduct comes down about the consideration and the plight of the people of downtown East Side, the pedestrians' safety, and the not overlooking the cadence that the communities had put together. I'm just asking the concerned stakeholders of all African and local registered groups and activist groups, individuals, to be inclusive, to participate. Thank you for listening to me, and sorry that I went over.
That's okay. You have a question from Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much for coming in this evening. I have just one question. In terms of the viaducts themselves, is your point being that because of the historic action that you feel like a reparation should be made if the viaducts come down? Do you have any opinion about the viaducts themselves coming down or staying at this point, aside from saying if they come down, you feel that there should be affordable housing made that's dedicated in terms of the historical issue.
Exactly. It's like exactly what you're saying. I am for the viaduct to come down.
You are?
I am for the viaduct to come down. But let's consider the really affordable, not affordable, no, social housing.
Social housing, okay.
And I said something like the seniors. Our seniors are dying in facilities that they just want to die at where they were born. If something like that can come up, that is all I'm asking. But I'm for you. Include us. Let's work together. Don't sideline us. I will go by what Cameron just said. Go back and read what the Secretary General of UN is saying. Please work with us. Include us. Let's be part of your problems.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Thanks for coming. Ms. Njala. Diane McCurdy is the next speaker. Diane McCurdy? No, Diane McCurdy. Oh, looks like we see, no. She's saying it's not her. Beth McLaren. Okay. You're Ms. McLaren. Thanks for coming.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a member of Cottonwood Community Garden, and I've spoken here on the importance of keeping our gardens intact in the past. The other gardeners have spoken before me, so I will try to be brief and to bring in new information. For those councillors who are not familiar with this garden, Cottonwood is not your typical community garden. The words community garden generally conjure up an image of garden plots located in an area that is completely visible when you first look at it from the entrance gate. Not so with Cottonwood. When you enter the garden at the entrance, west entrance, say, you see a long winding path before you, but you can't see the whole garden. You have to walk its length to experience the garden, to get a sense of being in nature in a place separate from the city. In 1991, when Cottonwood was established, it was designed to be a third garden plots, a third bird habitat, which is our native garden, and a third common areas. These proportions have remained. We now have 140 plots, a native garden, and an Asian garden, as well as other common areas. After 24 years, we are still going strong with volunteers and no paid staff. Over time, our trees have matured to provide a canopy for smaller species, as well as providing an interesting walk for visitors to the park. About 3 years ago, when the issue of expanding Malkin Avenue was first brought up, we started a petition to raise awareness and to gain support to keep the gardens, both Cottonwood and nearby Strathcona, intact. We now have 11,000 signatures on our petition, and the number is still growing. What's really interesting is that only 4,000 are online, and 7,000 names are on hard copy from the petition we have at our bulletin board in the garden. So 7,000 people have stepped off the main path to read the bulletin board, found the petition, and signed it, both local residents and tourists from all over the world. As a gardener, I may speak to 1 or 2 visitors a year, but mostly what I do is make sure there's a fresh petition sheet and a pen at the kiosk. Although I'm personally not opposed to the removal of the viaducts, I am very concerned about where the traffic will flow after the viaducts come down and where the new east-west arterial will be established. In recent meetings I have attended, city planners have made it clear that each option has its challenges. It seems to me that Malkin is still the favored option. I urge the city and the planners to choose national or to find another option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have no questions. I think
Okay.
we've heard
Thank you.
from your colleagues a bit, so that may explain why. Our next speaker is Aisha Apia. Thank you very much. You can go to the podium unless you have a presentation to make. Ms. Apia, you can speak from the podium unless you have a presentation to make. Yeah, yeah, if you don't mind. It's easier for the cameras and everything.
Greetings, Council and Chambers. Good to see you once more. Mayor Gregerson, how are you? I'm appealing directly to you, Mayor. I acknowledge also we are sitting on the First Nations, Turtle Island, Coast Salish. I am a mother of a 9-year-old son born in Vancouver. I've been in downtown East Side for almost 7 years now. I see what is going on. One young man amongst us called me and said, this is happening. It's a history unfolding what our forefathers did by building this bridge viaduct, Georgia and Dunsmuir. There were a community living there of Caribbean, African-American descendants. They had a church built by the home economic struggle, selling chicken meat, making music, making merry. They saw the need for a church. They saw the need for congregation where their children can be safe away from the hustling and bustling of drunkenness, and we all know what goes on, the Hogan Sally, isn't it? So the church right now is part of that history, the wind of change which is coming. We are making right what our forefathers perhaps you deem see wrong by tearing it down. As you tear it down, we are asking, restore this church so we can have a place to build for our children. I work with at-risk youth. That's my profession. I work from Broadway commercial to Victory Square. I meet them along the way. I'll take a challenge from many of you to walk from Broadway to Alma as well. You meet them, old, young, desperate, but they smile and talk to you. You'll be amazed the soul we have and the professions we have that are walking up and down the street. That's why I got involved with CCAP, Carnegie Community Action Project. But I stand here also to say, history is unfolding. Let's do it right. So Mayor, the young mind you have, we appreciate that you want us to walk more, cycle more, tear down the bridge, build more homes. We would like to know how many condos are sitting empty right now. And somebody else is somewhere and the room is empty when it can be serviced. I appreciate that as well. Yet, we have the women of Proverbs 8 and 31. The Fountain Church, we are asking members of council and chambers to right the wrong done to our foremothers. Restore the human dignity. Our sons and daughters scattered all over Metro Vancouver are asking you to give them their own church and cultural center, whether on 223 Jackson or the rest of them. One of our youth was shot in front of United Church because he was mentally ill, wielded a knife around. Officer didn't know how to deal with them. The only choice was to shoot him. Black people, we will have our trials and challenges. We treat them with singing and drumming. We ask you, our elected officials, to use your moral judgment. And let's do what has been taken from us. And we will help you to work with our youth walking up and down downtown East Side, maybe Surrey, maybe New Westminster, Maple Ridge, But we start from here, Vancouver, downtown east side. Give us what is affordable. You promised us, deliver. My colleagues from Carnegie have done enough research and delivered. And as the youth who called me, Yasin Karaga, have given you enough document based on this particular church, Fountain Chapel. They had reverends coming from USA.
Could you wind up your comments, please, Ms.
Every twice a month, and we are asking you. That's a petition coming from us. We expect an answer from you, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Our next speaker is Randy Clark.
Thank you. Chairperson, Your Worship, Mayor Robertson, members of city staff, and council members and guests. I've been asked by the United Black Canadian Community Association to speak on the proposal to remove the existing viaduct. My name is Randy Clark, and in my previous life, I spent 35 years with the Vancouver School Board as a secondary school teacher, vice principal, and principal. I am a former resident of what is referred to as Hogan's Alley. With my mother and 5 siblings, we moved into a house at 230 Union Street in 1965. Across the street was my grandparents' restaurant, Vi's Chicken and Steakhouse. My grandmother was one of the first recipients of the Remarkable Women Award in 2008. We are the direct descendants of the first black settlers to Salt Spring Island and Victoria, dating back to 1858. I have a directory that was given to me years ago. This directory is from the Fountain Chapel Church, which was located on Jackson and Pryor. The directory is circa early 1950s. Listed alphabetically are names, addresses, and phone numbers of those who were members of the congregation and community. If one takes into account their children, as well as other community members, the population of the black community at that time was significant. Last week, Stephanie Allen spoke quite eloquently on the history of Black Strathcona and the impact of the building of the viaduct along with the dismantling of Hogan's Alley. From all accounts shared with me, during the 1930s and 1940s, this was a great community to grow up in. Strathcona has always had a multicultural makeup, which included Jewish families, Japanese families, Chinese, Italians, and people of African descent. By and large, people always got along. And I have heard stories from many of the former black residents of the neighborhood, the Collins, the Holmes, the Howards, the Kings, the Ramseys, the Risbys, the Woods, and I can go on, whereby those members of the black community knew each other. They kept an eye on each other's kids. When a young person was involved in unacceptable behavior, there was always an adult around to tell them to stop, or else their mother and father would hear about it. The church was a pillar in the community. Stories were shared, experiences were common, friendships were abound, and there was connectedness, community. Things began to change in 1955. The political powers at the time were discussing building that freeway through the neighborhood, through Vancouver, and it was referred to as urban renewal. What was not discussed publicly was getting rid of the blight, the eyesore, the vice. The political powers at the time in Vancouver decided to embark on a plan to remove, in their view, the cause of the blight by dispersing or dismantling the Black community. By 1965, when I arrived, the Black community, for the most part, didn't exist. It wasn't the same. And I refer to the previous 10 years as a system of systemic profiling of our people and our neighborhood. Structures were left to decay. Homes were either sold or abandoned, and only after long periods of time were they removed. Nothing new was built. Abandoned properties were left with overgrown vegetation. Amenities were reduced or neglected. Lanes had more garbage left in them, which on occasion would be removed. And the streets and sidewalks suffered ill repair.
You're at your time, Mr. Clark. Could you?
I'm just about my time.
Yep.
What I would like to leave for this meeting is that the historic importance of Vancouver's original Black community should be recognized in the vision and planning in the post-viaduct era. And the process to include many, many friends of Hogan's Alley, as well as descendants of the former residents of that community. And I think moving forward, we can definitely make that area a better place that's inclusive, more inclusive of all cultures, including former members of the Black community. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Thank you for coming in tonight and for the history as well. I'm wondering if you could let us know what for you is the most important thing that you can see that the city can do. And you didn't say whether you were actually in favor or not in favor of the removal of the viaducts. So if you wouldn't mind answering those two questions. What's the major accomplishment you'd like to come out of this, and are you in favor or not in favor?
First and foremost, I am definitely in favor of removing that viaduct. What I would like to see out of this moving forward is a process put in place to hear the voices of the descendants of some of the people who lived in that community, and also to hear from the many, many friends of Hogan's Alley. And that can be done by obviously gathering those people. I call it twofold. One, a celebration, because it's way overdue, and an opportunity to gather ideas and suggestions, some of which have been raised already with the a Black Heritage Center or Cultural Center. But it's imperative to gather these people.
So the conversation and the connection is the critical issue for you?
Yes, and I think an ideal time to get the group together would be this February, if it can be highlighted as part of Black History Month. Every year, City Hall sponsors a number of different events, done a great job. And maybe this can be something towards the end of that month. And I would be more than happy to work with staff on such a project.
Well, thank you, and thank you for coming in tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Clark. That's all your questions. Thank you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kelly Alm. Kelly Alm here. Looks like someone's coming forward. Next up is Andrew Wafula, who I think I've seen here.
Greetings, thanks for having me over. Today we're going to have a little bit of a video. Last time I was here, I think we had to save the Macmillan Bloedel Conservatory because City Council wanted it torn down. So what we're going to see is a little bit of history about Georgia Viaduct.
Mr. Elm, it'll be better for people trying to watch at home. That's good.
guess while we're waiting for the video, I'll hand out some flyers on the lower floor.
You had another question, sir?
Well, yeah, I wanted to know, like, what's the status of the Grandview Cut Goods Movement Corridor?
Burlington Northern own the railway bed at the bottom of the cut, and up a certain distance the city bought the sides, and so the sides of the cut are owned by the city, and the railroad bed at the bottom is owned by Grandview, by the Burlington Northern Railroad.
But
so
it was
we're going to run SkyTrain through there, is the plan at the moment.
But it was always supposed to be a roadway combined with SkyTrain.
That's right. I was asked this many times in the late 80s and early 90s, we were dealing with this, and I always felt the Grandview Cut is perfect for good movement. Put the great big semi-trailer trucks in there, and they run them through the cut and keep them off our arterial roads. And
what about the people just trying to get through the city? They have to zigzag through. There's no direct connect.
That's right. Is it possible?
I think he should be running for mayor.
Yeah, why don't you run for council? You'd have some good ideas. I agree with you.
I'll be a full card.
No, I think you're right. I agree with you. I mean, I think he's absolutely right. Yeah. I've always thought that could be a good movement.
But I think everybody should have the freedom to move, and that the car actually provides an economic stimulus that has not been measured and cannot be measured, actually. And we're talking moving lettuce to the restaurants or documents to the law office, whatever.
There's a dialogue going on. I'll tell you one thing. After dealing with this for 3 or 4 years, there's no clear consensus.
Okay, I agree that
so
they have their responsibility, right? But I think the Vancouver should make the initiative to say, okay, well, you know, it is at capacity or beyond capacity. And we do have the Grandview Cut. Maybe the connection from the Grandview Cut to the Landscape Bridge might be the solution. We're talking 10 years from now. You've got to think about it. If it's going to take 5 years to talk about a Grandview Cut connection.
You've hit on a very key part of this whole subject, and very few people think that way. That's really a long-term plan, and I think you're right, and I think something like that's got to be considered for a long-term solution. I think you're right onto it.
Look at this red, and that's all east-west congestion every day. Growing and growing, and it's all just stoplights trying to get through the city. The idea is the east approach would have taken away all that congestion. All the people that are upset about the congestion in their neighborhood would be gone. Grandview Cut is waiting for this. And I can help the city find private partners to build it. I don't think we should tear down the Jordan Viaduct at all. It's got lots of life left. It would be a big mistake. That's the end of my video.
Thanks very much, Mr. Elm. I don't see any questions. If council have any questions? Nope, not seeing any. Thanks very much for your submission. Andrew Wafula.
Thank you for having me. My name, as you have heard, Andrew Wafula, a pastor from African United Church. As I got the information about the decision of the council, thinking to decide about the viaduct in person, and I'm in agreement to bring it down, and in its place, replace it with what was before then. The unity of people that were united with purpose. Replace it with a center that can bring the difference among the people, especially from African descent. Because you have heard through the history that Africans, as from the beginning, came together and felt togetherness until the verdict was passed. And you normally say history repeats itself. Today, we are discussing tie it down. At that time, they were saying bring it up. So what goes down, in my opinion, has to come up with what was there before, but in a different format in terms of helping people who are now in this place, in terms of making a difference, of restoring what was there as right, and make them inclusive again in the city that had excluded them in the first place. Make them visible because they were invisible and disintegrated. Make them come back to where they were in terms of social status, in terms of the place of worship. You can agree with me that at the end of the day, each one of us will want somewhere that his spirit can comfortably speak to his maker. And that was the place for the black people. They used to come and have the fellowship. And that fellowship went with the decision that was binding the council. I'm glad that today, as the council tried to think it over about the city that is so multicultural, it has to think also diverse in terms of worship and have a space where the ethnic diversity, like from African descent, can have a room as they used to, so that they can come together again and really enjoy that was lost. I have, as each Sunday I minister in this area, every Sunday, the question that you have, the history that you have heard from all the leaders from that area, it just makes me think what went wrong, that the development of the city came at the cost of demolishing the church. And that was really a challenge to me. Can the city think of the church as important? This is the time. As we sit in this room, if the church is so part and parcel of you as a person, this is what you have to make a decision. As you make a decision of development, think of a church where all people can make a difference in terms of physical as well as spiritual. I'll urge all men and women with goodwill to think in terms of physical structure, have a place where people can come and enjoy not only worshiping, socializing too. Because that, in this busy city, makes a place where one can relax and enjoy being in this city. God bless you.
Thank you for coming in this evening, Pastor. I just had one quick question, which is, you mentioned if the viaducts come down, then you hope that this can happen. Is there any reason why the viaducts need to come down to fulfill your desire? That's what I'm interested in finding out, how you're relating the two.
Thank you. What I said, I repeat myself. I said history repeats itself. Mm-hmm. At the time, the council says the verdict was to be put up. Now this council, 2015, he said it has to come down. Now, why does it come down? To give room for new ideas that are coming up. And these new ideas comes with history, and the history that was destroyed. And my point here is that as you come with these new ideas, let's have a room that was lost for these people to come together and worship. I'm saying in terms of physical structure, as we plan, let's have the space where men and women can come and meet together and enjoy the fellowship that was there. We are just the fourth generation. We got it as we came. In fact, let me say, today I'm glad to be here. On 4th of December this year, I'm going to be a real Canadian, and that makes me more proud if I can become a real Canadian, including being part and parcel of this great city in terms of worship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next submission is from the United Black Community Church Children's Group. Are they here? Hi there. You can lower that down to make it easier for yourself. And could you tell us your name, please? Because we don't have one yet.
My name is Zipporah.
Can you spell it?
Zipporah.
And what's your last name?
Murage.
Better spell that too.
Murage.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
We are here because of the public hearing for Hogan's Alley viaduct removal. My name is Zipporah and I am 11 years old. Oh, Hogan's Alley, you were destroyed because of the urban renewal policy that targeted and destroyed the people of African descent. We children will be happy to see a lost community reborn again. A French philosopher wrote, "When the flash of a cannon is seen, there is still time to take cover. But when the noise is heard, the bullet has arrived." The flash of the cannon was ignored, and now we bleed on the field of the battle. Today's gathering is the medical attention I have been waiting for. Please give me a safe haven that would make me a proud young Canadian of African descent in our lovely city that I love called Vancouver. I am very happy to read in your records that the city of Vancouver recognizes and honors the Black people of African descent. I will not be wrong to say that you are prepared and ready to include us and plan with US. Thank you. Any questions?
No, I don't understand why. Councillor Carr, are you sure? Okay. No, it was a great submission. Thanks very much. Mr. Stephen Bohus is next.
Seems to be something wrong with the resolution and the aspect ratio there. It's not matching. I don't know if there's a technical issue because my title's being clipped from the top.
It's good to be, Mr. Bohus. What's your question?
The presentation, part of the title's being clipped, and I think there's a mismatch here. So I'm just trying to figure out if I should just go on because it's not reading the top of the title. I think I know what the issue is. You've got a new monitor, a different aspect ratio, but I'll go on anyways. So thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Stephen Bohus. I have many concerns about the viaducts, and I would like to speak about the SkyTrain going under the viaducts and it still being a Bay Area, but I won't talk about that in the fencing at grade. I'm not going to talk about the Malkin Connector, but it's a huge, huge stretch of land there to build another viaduct, essentially, over these railway tracks. Issues with the Malkin Street, food truck delivery, Cotton Garden. What I do want to talk about is where there's a lot more discussion that's needed, and that's changing the boundaries. And changing the boundaries, we still have a quorum. Changing the boundaries actually impacts views. And there are two separate issues really to consider here. One is, should the viaducts be taken down now? And the other issue is, should you be changing these property boundaries? And what are the impacts on the city? What are the impacts on views, on traffic? But I will focus on views. We've got this great stretch of beautiful views from the walk along Spells Creek. And this is really views that you enjoy from Olympic Village. Many people have bought into these views there. And there are other views where you're seeing more and more high-rises blocking mountain views and just glimpses of the mountains, or no views of the mountains whatsoever. Or we're seeing those views getting filled up by more and more concrete high-rises. We do have some views also from the Canby Bridge, this one beautiful view there. We also have this view from the Canby Bridge, just turning our head a little bit. Mountain views have almost been completely blocked. So I am going to talk about what would happen if you keep the property lines as they are versus what you're proposing or what staff is proposing currently. So here we have the two maps, and one of the key features is the rearrangement of property lines, extending them further to the east. I've got a zoom in on this, and you can see how far this comes over, the two maps overlaid. And now you can actually see in red where the building zone would be extended east. And this really is a building zone for high-rise towers. And the view blockage will also be extended because essentially, currently, we have park space here, we have a future park planned, and this boundary change would essentially change how much of the skyline would remain after development. And how will the North Shore views be impacted? Well, this is just an illustration. I haven't done the full analysis. It could be done, and it should be done by independent experts who can evaluate what a realistic full build-out scenario would look like if the viaducts come down and the property lines are changed. And we have to know, as residents, I believe, how much of our mountain views would remain if we get a new high-rise district right here. I realize that the staff report says something that the view cones won't be affected. Well, I do have some news. View cones are not views. I'll repeat that a few more times. When view cones were changed here, you can actually see this section, the area are not impacted by some of these nearby view cones. There are higher ones such as the QE. And that's exactly that piece of land that's been moved over where the property lines have been shifted. There are issues with the way staff have done view analysis. This is where the view is apparently in one of the views from Creekside. This is the photograph from about that view, but this is the view from the staff report, and it doesn't match the geometric data. And you can compare these two photos. You have the same issue with view cone H, staff report, van map view, and the actual view. They don't match. And we have Chocolate Park, another view where it's purportedly from the upper plaza, but it's actually the view from the upper plaza. So what I'm saying is that staff have made so many errors in the past in their view analysis, is we really, really need an independent expert from the outside to look at the full impact on views on False Creek. I realize Kevin Begnini makes $145,000 a year, but we need better view analysis than this. And what we're really looking at are the fact that view cones are not views, and we have to know how much of our view will be lost, and residents of Southeast False Creek have to be asked about what do they support in terms of protecting our skyline. So thank you for your time.
Councillor Carr has a question for you.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks so much for coming, Mr. Boss. So my first question is, have you done the analysis on the actual view cones themselves as opposed to the general views? And in terms of those view cones, the report states that they're not going to be impacted. Is your opinion something different?
My opinion is that the views will be severely impacted.
The views?
The view cones might not be.
Okay.
But there's a huge difference between views and view cones because the view cones do not protect the full extent of the mountain views that I was showing there. And I would suggest that we look at how much is actually protected if there's a full build-out scenario before council considers shifting these property lines. And I don't think council should approve this proposal that includes shifting the property lines until this information is known.
Okay. In terms of the sort of red area that you sketched in, where there may be view impacts, but you haven't done a detailed analysis on that, can you give me a general estimation of how much of that area, which was considerable, would be affected, the views would be affected under the current zoning, whether or not the viaducts come down?
Okay, if I could have the projector back, I can go to one of the slides here and try to answer that question. So you see this red area here. So that's the building zone where you're actually extending the buildings east. Because right now, you can build, you can look at this view, which is actually a view from the Olympic Pier, going north. I'm just going to go to a slide that really shows the difference. So these are the maps, the side-by-side map. And we're really taking this line here and moving it this far over. So you're changing how much of the area you're going to be building into. And in terms of view cones, we can look at the heights that are defined at some of the existing view cones that this would really require days of work to do correctly. So I just made a rough estimate by looking at where the Concord Pacific offices are and where one of the view cones come across it, which is illustrated in a Google Earth map that I've got here, which is this one there. So you can see the view from the Olympic Pier, from the plaza, and from Creekside. And then there's this kind of this red spot here where they're not covered. There are higher view cones like the QE. And really the question is how much of the mountain area will be built out, because it's possible to be building across here and you only get the glimpse of the mountain silhouette, but the build form could be predominantly concrete and glass.
Okay, to the east of the building, the high-rise that is right now the furthest east, right? There's the red circle that you've got there.
Right.
Right? So how much of that red circle would be, the views would be built into regardless of the property line changes? About half of it?
If I get a day or two, I can get back to you.
So some of it
that.
anyway. Okay, just.
There are basically several mathematical calculations that have to be put through these view cones, and essentially I would make a projection grid and project each of the view cones on top of that and find the lowest values there and show that build out. And this is where I think an independent expert from the outside could verify this.
Right, okay. And one final question. Do you have an opinion on whether the viaduct should be taken down or not?
Under the current plan, I don't believe they should be taken down. And I asked via an FOI on the other options, that there were apparently like 5 or 7 different options in the beginning. And the FOI returned nothing in terms of the work that was done studying the other options. So that's another concern I have, I know, with the triple delete scandal that we.
So what would have to change about the current plan for you to feel satisfied that you would, enough to support the viaducts coming down?
Well, I'm a cyclist, so I actually use the viaducts to cycle downtown, and I like that. What would have to change is we need a full costing does a Malkin connector have to be built? What are the impacts on views? Can it be done without changing the property lines? Is there a solution with the SkyTrain at grade and fencing off the SkyTrain? Could the SkyTrain be realigned and elevated? So there are so many other factors that have to be considered before council should make a
Okay,
decision.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Boas. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry, you had a question, Mr. Boas? Sorry.
I just had a comment before we break for dinner, and that would be to caution people that speak after the break not to talk about the quality of work done by our staff, but to address the issues in the report. That's not acceptable and is not a relevant part of this debate.
Okay.
It was going to be a point of order, but we were at a natural break point, so.
An interjection. Okay, thanks, Mr. Boas. You have no further questions. So I think that given it is virtually 6:30 and we agreed to recess at that time, we'll do so. Sorry for those who didn't make it under the wire, but there's very reasonable number left, and we'll come back at 7 o'clock and continue the discussion. We'll probably get quite quickly to questions and debate. We're now at 59. Okay, we have everybody, we have a quorum back, and Councillor Stevens is not too far away. So we'll resume with the rest of our speakers. Jeremy Bernardin. Mr. Bernardin, that's you. Thanks for waiting. Please go ahead. I'll turn your mic on. Yeah, we've got to turn your mic on. That'll be a big help for you. Oh,
Hello?
okay.
Hi.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Great. Well, Mayor Robertson, councils, thank you for giving me the opportunity to kind of voice myself on the subject. I'm a member of Cottonwood Community Garden, and I just wanted to give a voice for a couple of the younger people that are part of this community. I had Devin Finch, am I saying it right? Yeah, come and explain to us everything that's happening, and I really appreciated the effort and professionalism in explaining everything. I just want to share a little bit what it's like for somebody who's quite young to be in this world in Vancouver, and to me what's really important about Cottonwood Community Garden is that it's a slice to get away from anxiety from work and to really relax. And my only point that I really want to bring to this issue is if there's, I mean, Devin's explained all the different scenarios that were looked at, and I just want to put a bit of emphasis on tranquility and how it's my only place to relax. I live in a big building, in a condo building, and it's not easy to just hang a hammock anywhere. And in my community plot, I actually anchored down a 2x4 and I tie it to a tree that's on my plot, and I have a hammock, and I garden and I relax, and it's my way to completely kind of unconnect from busyness, from anxiety, from world. And if the connector goes on Malcolm, I think it would affect the garden in that sense. I think it would take away from this tranquility, and it's really rare. I find it's a really unique spot that we can garden, we can relax, and really just fall into nature. I know that there's different proposed routes, and they all have their pros and cons, and I really appreciated being explained all of that. I just wanted to voice that's what affects me as I go there really to relax and to get away from the city and still be within nature. And I think it's a gem. And when I discovered this garden this year, I'm quite new to it. I'm one of the newer gardeners. To me, it was an absolute treasure. It's a gem, and it's really unique to be, completely immersed in nature, yet be in the city. So I'm just voicing my point of view on that. And if that is the sole solution, to really focus on different places in the city that we can completely disconnect and hang a hammock, so to speak. But I really hope we can find an alternate route than Malcolm. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
You have a question from Councillor Ball. Just before you do, Councillor Ball, you're trying to tell us that Mr. Fitch did an excellent job.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he
Good,
was
good,
very
good,
nice.
Good to know.
No, he did, and I really appreciated that you guys gave us the opportunity to hear, what the city was planning and thinking, and yeah, I really appreciated that.
Mr. Bernardin, thank you for coming in tonight. I just have a question for you. I appreciate, is this your first time at council?
Yeah, hence why I'm kind of lost now.
No, you're doing just fine. You mentioned that how important the gardens are to you, and what is it you want us to know that's critical tonight, that you value the gardens? Is it that you want them to stay in the same place? Would you be happy if they were moved? Is it the road? What's the critical thing for you this evening?
Yeah, I guess I should have made that a bit clearer.
That's okay.
This particular garden, I don't think is movable because of what's on site. I think if you were to have to transplant the trees and it would cost a fortune, and you couldn't really, replant 150 feet of hazelnut hedges that are 20 years old. You can't really replace that easily. What's important to me is if Malcolm does become that main road, it would cut into our garden a little bit, which we're opposed to, of course. But it would also become really busy, and with the food warehouses that are backing in, I think it would be a traffic disaster. Well, maybe not disaster, but it would be a huge inconvenience with those trucks. It's already, they block the whole road when I'm coming to park there, or if we have, if vehicles are coming in, and if it becomes a big artery, I think it'll be very difficult. It'll be really noisy. I brought my point on the fact of the noise element. Also, I'm sure you guys are quite up to date on this, but it's really hard to have a community garden plot in Vancouver. The waiting list around my house are between 8 months and 4 years to get a community garden plot, and I just happened by luck to have found Cottonwood, which has a lot of plots that are, there's a few that were available, and I jumped in there. So anyways, to reiterate, yeah, it would be noise, and I don't think this particular garden is movable anywhere in the city.
Thank you, and thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. David McKay, or Mackay. Sorry, sir, I'm not sure what it is, but.
Yes, it's Mackay.
Okay.
That's all right, though. I get McKay a lot, and Mackey even. Yes, I'm known for being rather partisan, and somebody may know that I've been a longtime member of COPE, but I'm certainly not here representing them. I'm here as a concerned individual, and I'm going to try to just calmly tell you a few things that I think that I know, and ask you some questions, because I want to propose something that hasn't yet come up in the discussion. I'm 68 years old. I remember the streetcars. I remember the earlier viaduct. My grandfather, who came from Scotland in 1907, lived at Powell in Westminster, and he used to tell me stories about coming up the streetcar and going over the bridge on Main Street, because the water went way, way up, okay? So I know about the geological as well as the political and property history, and I think it's wrong for people to keep banging on about the hated car. I've never owned a car in my life. I don't have a driver's license. I don't stand for the viaducts because I wanted them to be part of a freeway. There's other reasons historically why the viaduct was there. Now, the question is posed, removal of viaducts. I think the real question is development of that property or redevelopment, whether we take the viaducts down or not. I think as presently proposed, it would be better to keep them until we have a better plan for what we would do with the land after we removed them. But I'm not stuck on having them. You know, it's said that they're ugly and that they're dangerous in terms of earthquakes. Well, I think most of Vancouver, the buildings are ugly, and a lot of the schools are in danger. So that doesn't particularly affect my position. What I'd like to say is, first to get directly to one of my two main points, which is streetcars. Now, I'm a person that remembers the streetcar. I'm an advocate, and I attended all the meetings between 2003 and 2008 on the downtown streetcar proposal. Now, I know that it went out of favor, and perhaps possibly because in 2011 Susan Anton wanted to revive it, it was unfairly attached to the NPA. I don't think it should be a partisan question. I believe that we should have better transportation systems, and this aligns with what is happening with the viaduct and the movement of traffic and the placement of the St. Paul's on the floodplain, which I'm opposed to. It seems to be a fait accompli. I want that downtown streetcar to not just continue for some sentimental reason, but to actually be put in there. And I noticed that from all my file in the past, that it was to run down Quebec, okay? And then to go to Cordova. Now, I don't see anything that you're planning, if the viaducts are taken down, that would stop that. You've got a new park on Carroll, but the streetcar wasn't intended to go down there anyway. I'm asking, have you legally and forever, or this council at least, vision, buried the idea of the streetcar? Or should we still think in terms of the future that may have a streetcar and we may have to build something under the roadway or over the roadway so that it can get where the viaducts are now and where something else might be? That's number one. And I'd like you to tell me that honestly, that either I'm just dreaming in Technicolor, or I think that one of the councillors in the 2011 election said that Susan Anton was smoking something. I can assure you I have COPD, I don't smoke. So that's the first thing. Then the final thing I want to address is the question of a referendum. Now, I know some people may be sensitive about referendums, but I know, and you may think that it's just a way to stall something that you have the right to make as a decision. But my position is, as a Green, as a Socialist, as a Democrat, that the more referenda we have in this country, the better it is. Now, I think this is a major question. If we can have various other referenda that we have had in the past on various issues, and I voted in all of those as well, then I think we should have a referendum on this question. Now, I realize that normally...
Clock is running, Mr. McCarthy.
Yeah,
so
just in order to avoid extra money for the city, you normally would attach it on the ballot at the time of a civic election. My question is, legally, is it possible, if you were to agree to have a referendum, that it be attached to the provincial election ballot by agreement with the province, which would move it up a year and a half? And that's it.
Councillor Affleck has got a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, I will ask staff regarding the regarding the streetcar, but they did mention earlier today about there would still be a right-of-way along Pacific for future possibilities for a streetcar, and I have asked in previous occasions in Olympic Village that any development there wouldn't negatively affect that, and they've assured me that all of the designs for those routes are made for the future possibility of a streetcar. Politics aside, of course, but that is certainly what I've heard and what I've asked. It is something I do follow, but as you well know, the streetcar is not happening at this point in time. So, but I will ask staff to confirm that at the end.
Thank you.
That helps you.
Can anyone comment on the referendum question?
I will certainly ask staff if that's ever been thought of.
No, we don't normally do Qs and As, Mr. Mackay. In fact, Councillor Affleck did an answer. There was no question there, but it was informative. So on the referendum thing, it's not the way these decisions are made. They're never made by referendum. So it's not something that would be sent to referendum.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, I think it's true. I think it's a fact. In any case, our next speaker is Pauline Dawson. Pauline Dawson? Third time. Pauline Dawson. Okay, Alan Cobbs. Is Mr. Cobbs here? I haven't seen him today. I met him last week. Former Vancouver police officer. But I don't see him. Tira del Giudice, Cottonwood Community Gardens. Is Ms. Del Giudice here? Nope. Mary Steves, Cottonwood. Here comes Ms. Steves.
Good evening. I'm here to speak on behalf of Cottonwood Garden, to have no expansion at all of Malkin Avenue. If we move even a small little bit of Malkin Avenue onto the berm of Cottonwood, we have lost the permaculture that is unique to Cottonwood. I would like to commend the Vancouver City Council for having their green policy, for having their Vancouver Food Policy Committee. They're clear policies, they're strong policies, and our mayor has recently been the only Canadian mayor at the Vatican Council. He has signed the Milan Agreement of over 100 cities to promote agricultural sustainability in cities. And our council needs to stay the path. They need to have faith, commitment, creative thoughts to continue with this green initiative. I would like to talk about what permaculture means and why that's so unique to Cottonwood. Cottonwood has been growing for 22 years from a lone tree and a dump site to what it is today, and I know that you've heard a lot of what it is today. Permaculture cannot be defined and created consciously. It's also part of Mother Nature and the interaction between the things that people, the humans, do. So permaculture cannot be replaced. The word permaculture describes a way of designing a space that copies natural ecosystems to create sustainable agricultural and settlement areas. In the agricultural field, these natural relationships evolve over time. So Cottonwood is considered to be level 5 permaculture design. The cottonwood trees and non-edible understory are zone 5. Zone 5 is considered the hands-off, leave alone, don't manage zone. Just go to observe the natural ecosystems at work. They are for habitat like the eagles and for increasing the ecological resiliency of an area and are very important areas to protect. In an area without a zone 5, the permaculturist would work to get native species or the right species tolerant to the on-site conditions established, so that a zone 5 could repopulate an area. This provides windbreak, weedable soils, retains water on site, creates habitat, etc. And then it goes down to zone 1, which is the individual, in our case, the individual gardener's plot. So I would like to leave you with these words. I'm not leaving just quite yet, but the words that the whole is more than the sum of its parts. So that's what we're saying about Cottonwood. There's no, you can't, we cannot be offered some plots in a different place so that we can continue our individual gardens. Cottonwood is permaculture design level 5, and it cannot be replaced, not by taking away any of the berm. So when I was at home, preparing to be here in plenty of time by arriving at 9, I suddenly clicked on the website and found that my number 64 was up in about 15 minutes. So I didn't finish what I was preparing at home, but I had been looking at this document, which is notes that I took a few years ago when I was doing garden tours for the open house at Cottonwood. So I might just take the rest of my time to read you some of these notes, and we'll just go on a little tour of Cottonwood, remembering that the whole is more than the sum of the parts. So Cottonwood is approximately 4 acres, with about 2/3 of that area being common area and about 1/3 being private plots. We have about 140 gardeners. Unlike most community gardens, we have a significant work commitment outside of our responsibility for our personal plots. In order to maintain the common areas, we have a work party once a month, and each gardener has an ongoing task. Garden decisions are made by all gardeners at monthly meetings. So that's another point that I'm making here about Cottonwood, is that we're more than the plants. We're a community of people and have been over 22 years creating this space. Okay, so we go by the picnic table bed. There are Japanese anemones, fall blooming, tree peony, mock orange with red highlights in white blooms. Blooms a little later than regular mock orange. I think that we could give Van Dusen a run for their money.
You're close to the end of your time. Ms. Steve, so should maybe make a concluding comment.
Did he just say my time was up? Okay.
As politely as possible.
The whole is more than the sum of the parts.
Thank you very much. No questions. Diane Kirk. Thanks, Ms. Steves.
No, Mary, but I like your speech. Thank you. Well, I have the unenviable position of being last, and unfortunately they didn't leave the best for last. I would have loved to have Jill here to close the thoughts. But thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for your time today and allowing me to speak. I've been a resident of Vancouver for 35 years, and I love this city. I would not live anywhere else in the world, and I've had opportunities to do so. I'm a good Vancouverite. I recycle, I compost, I pick up after my dog, I pay my taxes, I vote, and I believe in the goals of being the greenest city in the world. I'm a senior manager for an international bank that chooses to make its Canadian headquarters here in Vancouver, and I get a stream of international visitors from places like London, Hong Kong, Paris, and they come and I take them on a tour of Vancouver. I take them to the usual places, Stanley Park and Granville Island, but I also try to show them the real Vancouver, and I always make a point to take them to lunch on Commercial Drive, and then we go over to La Casa and we get an ice cream, and they marvel at durian ice cream. And I take them to my favorite treasure of Vancouver, which is Cottonwood's Garden. Every single one of my visitors has been impressed not only by the beauty of the garden, but of the story that I tell to them about the history of the garden in the 70s and how Cottonwood directly reflects Vancouver's greenest city goals. I am a smug Vancouverite. I like to show off. I like to talk about our city goals of access to nature, local food, and clean air, and Cottonwoods is the best example of that in this city. If my visitors are lucky, we'll see the eagle that makes its home in the tree that overlooks my family's plot, and I'll feed them raspberries and strawberries, and maybe we'll steal a couple blueberries from my neighbor. It's allowed. And we'll exchange stories about the difficulties of growing the perfect tomato. Every single city has agreed, I live in an amazing city, and they've expressed their jealousy to me. I love being a smug Vancouverite. As a concerned resident, I have two requests of council. The first is to ask that the design of the east-west arterial route and the question of Malkin versus National be included either in the viaducts plan and not be a part of the False Creek Flats planning, or to be treated as a separate decision in order to reduce the stress and anxiety within the community. You've had a steady stream of people coming in here from different groups, not just Cottonwoods, worried about this route. You have thousands of people worrying about this in the shower and thinking about it when they fall asleep at night. As an accredited project manager, I'm concerned about the order of the decisions being made. I worry that the decisions being made in the viaducts planning will become constraints or barriers in the flats planning and influence the decision-making process in the selection of a new route and influence the result of the selection of Malkin and the near destruction of Cottonwoods. Secondly, I'd like to ask that in the evaluation of Malkin and National as potential routes, I would ask that Mayor and Council recommend National as that preferred route. The key impacted parties on the Malkin route are the businesses and full-time jobs in Produce Row, which you know, but do you know about the families whose food production you're going to be impacting, and the countless Strathcona neighborhood visitors who walk through the gardens? There shouldn't be any argument that if you select Malkin, you're going to have to widen that road. If you can't support the flow of traffic on a Monday morning as I try to cheat through that area, what do you think that this is going to make this true in 2017 without any widening? For myself, if you were to expand by just 10 feet, just by 10 feet, you would take my family's plot and the 30 other that are in that line along Malkin, and let's say you just pick them up and move them over to the other side of the garden. Well, you'd take down 50 meters of mature hazelnut trees that form a natural fence between us and the garden, and you would destroy a memorial garden dedicated to the murdered and missing women of the downtown that was built by their families and is maintained by those families today. If you remove the non-accessible, this is the non-accessible portion of the garden. And if you remove those plots, you are going to remove the volunteers who maintain the accessible portion of the garden. Now, National will also have to be widened, but the impacted parties on the National route are the Vancouver Fire and Rescue the Vancouver Rail Yards, the City of Vancouver National Works Yard, and these are all stakeholders that are within your influence. I ask that you use the room in your positive business case to support spending the money necessary to make National a more viable route. And again, I ask you that you move this decision to the Viaducts plan or separate the decision from the False Creeks plan and make this decision as soon as possible. You are creating a lot of anxiety and uncertainty within the community, and you need to do what's necessary. Please make the National route viable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk. You don't have any questions. So under the procedure bylaw, if people had not signed up at the beginning of this meeting, they wouldn't be added. So we're done with our speakers list. There's no one beyond the ones that were provided to us at the beginning of the meeting. So we'll now go to questions to staff. No questions? Okay, that's great. We'll move on now to Councillor Affleck. You're first at bat.
Just a couple quick ones. There were some issues regarding, a lot of stuff came up regarding the gardens, but one was about the moving the gardens and the possibility of that and how that complicated that would be, and is it possible? Would you talk about 20-year-old trees and things like that? If that were to ever happen, it came up several times. Has that ever been analyzed at all as part of any study in the past?
Yeah, no, we haven't proposed or don't have an intention to attempt to move any of the gardens. When we've looked at the Malkin corridor as a possibility, it was looking at a very narrow strip by the curb, about 1 meter would be the area that we had looked at. So no intention to try to move any parts of the gardens.
Okay. With regards to that, and then we have the False Creek Flats planning and process happening, and as the last speaker just talked about, perhaps separating Malcolm and all these, and why then perhaps the False Creek flat plan was not done first before we started talking about this, in order to provide some sort of, stability to the understanding of what would happen down there. Why was that not done and completed as it's in process, I believe, and why it wasn't finished first? Lower that down a bit there.
Lower it a bit. Councillor, that plan's underway. We anticipate it'll be back to council next fall. There were some delays primarily due to, frankly, a lack of data. We had to do a bunch of basic primary research to get information on the businesses in the flats, which are the primary residents of the area. So that took about 6 months of surveying work and working with the businesses to get that baseline information that we use for all our planning. But the plan is well underway, and the discussions right now are about the structure plan, which is Malkin National, the new hospital, north-south connections. So all of that work is underway now.
And the relationship between viaducts going down or not going down, depending on what we decide tonight, what relationship does that have anything to do with the False Creek Flats plan? Is it necessary? Obviously it's not because you're here tonight, but why is it not necessary?
It is a large transportation network from the downtown to the eastern core. So we've always acknowledged that there's an interrelationship between the transportation networks, but the decision around the viaducts can proceed and the decision around the eastern core can proceed. And in fact, we're hoping that senior levels of government come in with money sooner rather than later to build that east-west connection, since, as you know, it's in the report to downgrade prior as soon as possible.
Okay. There are some people that addressed asking why we didn't look at any alternatives to removing the viaducts. I know it says in the report, perhaps you can address why we haven't looked, why there's not an alternative plan here, why we're just looking at one plan.
We actually did 3 reports ago to council. We proposed a bunch of options. Some involved leaving the viaduct, some involved just taking down the Main Street blocks, taking one down, taking the other down, some sort of modification of the road network in New Pacific. There was a report back in, I think it was 2009, that had about 6 or 7 options all sketched out for council. We measured these against objectives like reconnecting Main Street, connecting the heritage communities, and we had strong direction from council at the time to pursue removal and get into the technical details. So we actually did bring those choices to council previously, and we were given direction to proceed with exploring removal and replacement.
Okay. There are two questions that came up, and I sort of addressed it for the speaker regarding the streetcar. If Mr. Dabavoni could address that. Also regarding, I'm not sure who would answer this, if a referendum was ever considered.
Second one is a question for Kevin. But regarding the streetcar, we have preserved a corridor for a potential streetcar in the future. It's not one that requires overpasses or underpasses. Streetcar would be at grade, either in a separate right-of-way or mixed with traffic. So certainly we have that option open. And I don't know who's best to comment on a referendum. That's could be a provincial question if it was to be added to our city.
Might be your last chance to answer a question for me. So enjoy it.
Do you know something I don't know? Councillor Affleck, we checked with law, and the province does not allow a city to tack on a referendum question to a provincial election. It would have to be the next municipal election.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much. Yes, just a few questions arising out of speakers we've just heard. My first question is related to performance bonds. Have we asked, in the past, any developers for performance bonds before in terms of delivery on some piece of the plan?
To the best of our knowledge, no, we have not. We generally secure things through legal agreements at the time of rezoning and enactment, for example, such as the delivery of a new road or a new park. But as you know, there is no rezoning application for the 6C site. Development has not yet occurred, and therefore the park isn't actually delivered at this time.
Right. Do you know if there's anything that would prohibit us from asking for a performance bond? I mean, the agreement for a park, delivery in a park, I think, is 25 years old at this point in time.
I guess fundamentally, the park is to be delivered when those 6C sites are developed and the soils are moved. So therefore, there isn't a performance issue at this point because development and rezoning have not yet occurred.
Okay. Okay, it's just, I'm just, fine. I'll go into a discussion later with council. Thank you. Second question. Is it possible to place conditions, that these would be conditions that I guess would be carried into the False Creek Flats plan, conditions on the choice of a new east-west arterial alignment?
Council could make that recommendation if you choose to. My personal advice would be there's a lot of unforeseen second-order consequences to each of those routes, and each of them requires some trade-offs. And my recommendation to council as a planner would be, let's bring back those trade-offs. Let's bring back the clear understanding of the pros and cons of each option to you so you can make a more informed decision. But you could, if you choose, presuppose some of those choices.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Just add a couple comments regarding the performance bond. At this point in the process, there isn't really a basis to be adding a performance bond. That's something that would come up through the development process and negotiation. And at that time, that could be a choice. But at this point in the process, the rezoning hasn't started, so it's not the appropriate time to add that requirement.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that information. A couple of things that one of the things that came up earlier in an answer to a question that I had posed where the answers were delivered at the beginning of this meeting, had to do with an overpass to better connect the two parks. And the response was that this is that you've looked at the costs of that, and your recommendation is not at this point, but then noted that Park Board actually will be involved in, and the park staff will be involved in the planning of those parks. Could feasibly the Park Board and park staff in planning those parks come up with in an overpass or underpass, as you said, something that better connects pedestrians and cyclists between the two parks?
Yeah, certainly there's all sorts of things that could be considered as part of the park design. It's something that we previously considered and wrote out, but Parks Board will go through, the park staff will go through their design process in consultation with planning and engineering staff.
Okay, and my final question, and this came out of communications between our meetings, and it's regarding the International Village School and concerns that people have around the access and the drop-off of children, et cetera, if it's along the new route.
Through the, Devin Fitch with Strategic Transportation Planning, Mayor and Council, through the Chair. No, the new Pacific roadway doesn't pass adjacent to the proposed International Village School that's under construction. That's actually on Expo. The drop-off and pickup area would be preserved in any future design of that street.
It would be. That's
on
great.
Expo. Yeah.
Good.
And Councillor, I just want to add that we did consult the Vancouver School Board about the access to the new International Village School, and they did not feel that the Carroll access was appropriate for the students.
Oh, pardon me, could you explain that a little more?
They did not feel that maintaining Carroll and providing pickup and drop-off and then having the students walk through the field there was an appropriate pickup and drop-off for the new school. Right. There is a pickup and drop-off, that is another one that's been identified.
Okay, great. Thank you for that information.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Deal.
Yes, thanks very much. Just a couple of questions. The answers are in the report, but just for clarification based on some of the things we've heard. Around the process that should we approve of this tonight, we might see in the future for things like how to commemorate Hogan's Alley or what kind of a cultural amenity will be there. Just that process. And for instance, there are some assumptions about free land being available. There are assumptions about the role of the city in creating cultural facility. And I'd just like some clarity and process information on that.
Thanks, Councillor. As we pointed out at the conclusion of our previous presentation the other day, the next step, should Council approve this report, the next step is to immediately begin planning for the neighbourhood and planning for the park. And in both instances, there would be an opportunity to talk to the community about various forms of commemoration. I expect it won't be just consideration of some elements of Hogan's Alley, which you've already given us direction in the Downtown Eastside Plan. In the Downtown Eastside Plan, you've also given us direction to look at a notion of a Salish village or a Coast Salish celebration site. So there are a number of groups we need to talk to as part of that neighborhood and park planning to get their perspectives on creating the right plan to bring back to you in 18 months.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of other arts or culture amenities, there's a lot of interest in that, but they're not necessarily organized into a particular theme. So how might consultation on aspects that are not so well organized and still well defined come through?
Well, that'll be extremely important because as we noted in the presentation, the neighborhood is really meant to be the center of an entertainment district as well, which is centered around the stadiums. So we have worked with our cultural services staff to identify stakeholders previously. We looked at needs across the city and what this area might provide in terms of space, type of infrastructure that's needed to support those cultural events. So all of that will be filtered into the neighborhood planning.
And our advisory committees as well.
And advisory committees, of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor DiGenova.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I was just typing out a question. My first question is regarding Cottonwood Accessible Gardens and moving the gardens. A number of speakers had talked about even if the gardens were moved, there would be concerns about the accessibility standards. So I'm just hoping that you might be able to comment on that, because it is a very special garden that gardeners, I understand, from across Canada have actually come to try and replicate the accessibility and adaptability standards that we have with those raised garden beds.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, first of all, we're not anticipating moving the gardens. Secondly, the accessible gardens are the northern end. They're not near the roadway. So we're not looking at relocating, and also the accessible gardens are on the other side, quite a ways from the roadway itself.
So that was my question for clarification, because a number of speakers here tonight did have some concern that as we, pardon my pun, down the garden path, the gardens could be moved, or the gardens would be possibly disturbed from their current location, given construction or deconstruction.
Yeah, no, the current investigation has looked at a width of perhaps 1 meter from the curb, which is just the edge that's stopped short of where the actual gardens are. And it's not our intention to attempt to move any of those plots. We understand that those trees and a lot of those plants have been there for a long time.
The next question I have is regarding the proposed site, and I had asked this before, but I hadn't received sufficient information on sort of the consultation with our stakeholders regarding the new site for the planned hospital and the ability of emergency service vehicles to access that site. I do understand that they don't currently choose the viaduct, if at all possible, but that being said, vehicular traffic on the viaduct means less traffic on other roads for them. So I'm just wondering if we have consulted with our partners at the province, and if we've consulted with the paramedics and ambulance service to discuss other ways that we'll be able to access that hospital site.
So we certainly discussed with emergency services, and the hospital site, as they move through the development process, will certainly be involved with them, not only in access to the hospital, but also a roadway network to service the new hospital. There's a large tract of land there that doesn't have roads, and so we'd be looking at servicing and the road network.
Okay. And then another question I have is just about the price tag, the $180 to $200 million. And I believe Mr. Jackson had originally answered my question as to where we would be looking at these funds coming from. And a lot of this money, if not the bulk of the money, would be coming from DCLs, from proposed future development. We've already heard from Concord that they would, after this decision tonight, if it was favorable against the removal of the viaducts, they would be prepared to put in an application. I'm just wondering if council was to, for whatever reason, and council isn't fettered by this decision in choosing how we handle a rezoning, if council did not approve that rezoning and we were without those DCLs, then how would we be paying for the removal of the viaducts?
So, Councillor, what we've recommended in the report is that we come back to you with a funding strategy. And that'll be a combination of those menu of items that Mr. Jackson presented to you. They could be DCLs, which are not only in the area, they're citywide DCLs. That's important to remember. They could be a mixture of capital funding from across the city in our capital plan. They could be community amenity contributions. They could, from that site, they could be developer obligations and things like roads and parks that we normally acquire through rezoning. So there are a number of tools that we can use when we look at the funding. And what I'd recommend is that we proceed as we laid out in the report, and we take a close look at those tools, the pros and cons, and have some realistic numbers about what source of funding would represent what proportion of that funding scheme. We are confident, as Mr. Jackson said, that there are enough tools and enough potential funds to cover the costs plus more public benefits in the area. And that's what we can say with confidence today.
Okay, so just to follow up, staff is asking us to make a decision without having that information in front of us as to the breakdown of the funds and where they would come from?
We're asking you to acknowledge that we're generally comfortable that there will be enough funding available through those sources to pay for the cost of the viaduct's removal should council adopt the plan, and that we come back with a funding strategy at the same time as you make the decision on the official development plan and zoning to ensure that you have the confidence to make that decision and the fundings will be in place.
Okay, and does staff have a draft of that funding strategy currently?
That's your time, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Sorry, if I could just add one final point is the construction costs or deconstruction costs wouldn't start for some time either. So the major spend related to the changeover doesn't start until after council would have made that decision. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have several questions that have come a number of times from the public, so perhaps you could just answer them. Has the city maintained the viaducts as referred to in the 2011 report? Have we continued the maintenance that was referred to in the report? There was a schedule of maintenance which was set out
Yes,
And-
since 2011, we've deferred the maintenance, given that this decision was pending. There's some work that's actually moved forward, but some of the work has moved forward and some of it has been deferred pending a decision. Anything that needed to be done urgently was done or is being done, but some of the work that wasn't critical has been deferred pending this decision.
And in the report, it was suggested that they could, you know, if they were maintained, continue for another 40, 50 years or perhaps beyond. Now, the question that has come to me over and over again, why, if that is the situation that they could last that long, are we moving forward as a city to reclaim the land specifically so that that can improve the city's tax base, or is it specifically for transportation? And out of those two questions come, is there a reason why it wasn't incorporated into a plan that would also look at the social needs of the area at the same time, so that you wouldn't have the rumors about the gardens or what was needed in the area? So perhaps if you wouldn't mind addressing
Sure, I
that.
can start with that, maybe more specifically to the viaducts, and then
Thank you.
we'll carry on. So could the viaducts remain standing for a significant period of time? Absolutely. But there are significant costs associated with that. So there's significant regular maintenance costs that would be required. And also, more importantly, this most recent analysis, the viaducts, has identified the current deficiency in terms of seismic stability. And so that, I think Mr. Jackson had mentioned, is in the range of $55 to $60 million in order to provide seismic upgrading that would prevent the viaducts from collapsing in a major seismic event and landing on the SkyTrain line, landing on Main Street, landing on Pacific and blocking the roadways there. So could the viaducts remain up? Yes, but it's not a matter that they couldn't stay up, it's a matter of what cost. And so the maintenance cost and the cost of the seismic upgrading has played a significant role in the decision making. And then also, it's much more expensive to maintain a roadway that's elevated than it is to maintain a roadway at grade. And the new roadway, the construction of the new roadway, provides the ability for us to provide an enhanced roadway that has better seismic stability. We could do additional compaction and build that roadway to be hardened and be more stable in the event of an earthquake. So it's an opportunity to provide a more secure route, and it's an opportunity to avoid the costs of keeping the viaducts up.
Great, thank you. My other question was the 3 years for the Canada line. This is referenced in a lot of the letters to me and calls to me in terms of the dirt and the mess and the loss of business. What are we looking like in terms of protecting neighborhoods, lessons learned from the Canada line, and how removing, what's your time period in terms of how it will affect the actual neighborhood? Because that's been brought to us a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
The duration is expected to be approximately 2 years for the deconstruction and the construction of the new roadway. And the timing would be such that there isn't a neighborhood there's not immediate neighbors to much of that roadway, that new roadway. And so unlike the Canada line where the construction was taking place right adjacent to businesses and residential that had been there for years, this is an opportunity to build the new roadway before the new community moves in or in conjunction with that construction, so that it's coordinated. So for much of this land through from Georgia through the Concord lands and out to connect to Pryor, there's a lot of vacant land there. So it's an opportunity to do the construction before the neighborhood is built.
And I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I understand.
Sorry about that, Councillor Ball. Councillor Louis?
Mr. Chair, I don't have further questions at this point in time. I'm prepared to move a motion, but I see that Councillor Stevenson has some questions, perhaps.
Do you have some questions, Councillor Stevenson?
The one question that hasn't been asked that intrigued me was around the African church. Have you had any dealings or speaking with these people about what might happen to their situation or possibilities? Or
the black community or
Yes.
the owners of the church today?
So how is this going to impede on them? They seem rather concerned.
The homeowners?
Mm.
Yeah, I've seen the email that they've written. They certainly have concerns. They pointed out that there have been 4 churches or 4 different congregations that have used that building over time. 2 congregations after the black church had closed, and yes, they've written the city and they've got concerns about the discussions that are going on about their home.
Okay. And then, Mr. Jackson, you've been very clear that in your being so keen about this going ahead and quoting Reagan and so on at the beginning, and 2 previous planners also have been very keen. So it seems apropos to me that you are here on your birthday tonight when we make this decision. So happy birthday.
Thank you. I thought there's not a question about how old I am or anything.
I don't think we'll ask Councillor Stevenson to sing because that would be unparliamentary for sure. I have a question for you, Mr. Jackson, just to clarify one other point. I don't see any other questions on that was it for questions, right, Councillor Stevenson? You, early on in this process, in this latest version of it, talked about the general massing and design that staff had done with regard to the revised area, which you contemplate I think it may wind up being developed by Concord, but part of it incorporates city lands, is that right?
That's correct.
So there'd be a follow-up decision but can you just confirm that you're satisfied there would be no impact on existing view corridors, and in fact you could minimize the view impacts through the work that you did?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the built form, the proposed urban design for the community that would be built was built from the ground up using accepted urban design principles with the involvement of urban design staff who are here tonight. All the buildings are significantly to somewhat below the view cones that council established for the development in the area, and we feel very comfortable, all members of staff, that the type of built form is extraordinarily complementary to the other development along the waterfront, as well as providing an appropriate gateway and an amount of density which is appropriate for that part of the city.
Right. Yeah, notwithstanding comments made earlier that Councillor Deal correctly spoke to, I think that we've seen those calculations staff calculations have always been supported when we've been tested them in the past. A secondary I just wanted to touch on briefly is this performance bond issue. If there's my understanding of a performance bond is someone has promised to do certain work, and if they refuse to do so, they lose the money that's been posted. In this case, they've promised to deliver a park if they decide to rezone in the case of Concord Pacific. Is that a fair statement of it?
That's correct.
And if they don't rezone, they don't get they get no money from the development that they could otherwise have.
That's correct.
Right.
And they do not benefit from the proposed density and heights that are shown in this plan either.
And is it right, as my layperson's reading of the fine print of the mortgage participation agreement, which is a public document, the way it reads to me is that Concord would be obligated to pay the price of the park as designed and negotiated between the city and the park board and Concord Pacific at the point at which the building comes out of the ground. In other words, when it reaches grade. There's some kind of absolute trigger there, which is that then they're required to deliver the money to produce the park.
That's correct.
Okay, so they really are locked to produce it at a given time in a process which has been established for some time now.
That's correct, since 1990, I believe.
Right, okay, thanks for that. Maybe one more thing on it was raised here, which I know the answer to, but just to be absolutely clear, the liability for contaminated soil on Concord lands is entirely the province's, and there's never been any argument on that part.
There has never been an argument about that. The obligation for the treatment of soil is completely the province's.
Right, and arguably a larger park would mitigate their cost to a degree because they'd have a larger area on which to store it, which is in fact required by environmental law as the safest way to handle such soil.
There are a number of different ways that contaminated soil can be handled. Some of the soil will remain in the park site. There will be some taken off site. They will be coming up with a very detailed soil contamination removal plan as part of their rezoning application.
Which we would have to have under either scenario, keep the viaducts or replace them.
That's correct.
But am I wrong on this? I thought that the most contaminated soil had to be stored on the site because regulations wouldn't permit it to be taken away to another site. Or am I wrong on that point?
No, that is one of the tenets of the soil remediation. Oh, sorry. Okay, so no, it does not need to be stored on site. Again, there are a variety of different soil contamination methods that can be used. Typically, the soil that's been stored on David Lamb Park or in Wainborn or any of the others is kind of a mixture of the levels of contamination, depending on the appropriateness of storing that soil on site versus taking it off site.
Okay, but that's interesting. I wasn't aware of that. But basically, the analysis that staff have done since we began this process has reassured the various parties that this is a manageable problem and there were no surprises that were
That's correct.
Were there, notwithstanding the polluting activities that occurred there in the past.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Did you want to offer something too, Mr.?
A couple points in answer to your questions. There's agreements in place which deal with what soils can go where and whose responsibility they are to deal with. And those are agreements that have been pre-existing for a lengthy period of time between the province, Concord, and the city. And so it's not a matter of the provincial regulations which will dictate that. It's by agreement. Of course, they have to comply with law, but there's special scenarios for these lands based upon the contamination that's there. And this earlier question you asked about was the public participation mortgage in the park. They're unrelated issues. The public participation mortgage relates to monies which will be payable to the province by Concord based upon density.
Okay.
And the park delivery is based upon different agreements with the city and the province, including the existing ODP, et cetera, which deal with the timing for the deliveries.
So a clearer trigger could be established at the point of rezoning or something of that sort then?
There is a clear trigger now.
Okay.
And that's the development of their lands.
Right. Okay. That's very helpful. Thanks. Councillor Robertson, you're there. Do you want to ask some questions? Councillor Robertson, Mayor Robertson, sorry. Once you get off this pedestal, you seem awfully small. Oh, sorry. I mean, now digging a deeper hole. Okay, I withdraw that remark. Do you have any questions, Mayor Robertson?
Some questions, thanks. And I'll start with the birthday boy, if I may. I was going to ask what you want for your birthday, but that's probably an obvious answer. On the
wealth, good looks, power.
He's got all that already.
Well said, Tim. The just one final check-in on the process determining the artery to the east, whether it's Malkin or National. One final check. We're not deciding that here. This decision is not related to that. Can you just clarify the timelines, approximate timelines on the decision about the major road network that flows east of what we are deciding tonight on the viaducts?
So, through the chair to the mayor, the False Creek Flats plan is well underway.
Mm-hmm.
It clearly, there's a lot of support there for creating a center for high-tech jobs, green jobs, in accordance with city policy. There's enormous support for it. There have been huge events held in the flats in support of council policy in that area. The one outstanding issue that staff are working on between now and when the plan will be brought forward next year is finding an appropriate east-west arterial through the False Creek Flats. Each of them has its pros and cons. The Malkin seems like an obvious choice, but it does have impact even on the quietness of the Cottonwood Gardens. It has an impact on the food processors on Malkin, who currently use the road right-of-way for their turning movements. So that has to be carefully looked at to minimize both as much as possible. The National is a viable alternative in terms of its spacing and amongst the various other east-west arterials. It's not as great. It comes at a significantly higher cost, but it does impact less obvious people and businesses than the other one. So all of those trade-offs council has to look at very, very carefully in making the decision on that. So no decision is being made here, and we have not made any preference in terms of a staff position at this point.
Right. And so obviously more work and analysis is needed, and that comes back post flats planning process next year.
It comes back with the False Creek Flats.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So a question then on False Creek itself. Maybe, I don't know who best answers this, but there are obviously lots of concerns. I certainly have a lot of concerns about water quality in False Creek, and we need some action steps on that. Is there, I mean, other than the mention of a possible aerating fountain, which could be connected with this overall project, is there anything else that might improve water quality in False Creek that flows from the changes that we're making, or any additional risk related to movement of soils?
Yeah, I can start, and then Jennifer Mayberry is here as well. I mean, there's nothing directly related to this plan. However, all of the artist renderings we've shown have shown a fountain in the middle of False Creek. Certainly one of the things we look at over the long term is redirecting some of the stormwater to provide additional flushing into False Creek. And a fountain, if that was to come about, could be used in a similar way to help with water circulation. False Creek doesn't flush very well. These past couple of summers, we've had a couple of spikes in terms of coliforms, and we've done pretty extensive investigations to find some cross connections. But in the long term, there's nothing directly related to this plan. However, this plan does provide some opportunities to have some synergy with some other work that could take place.
I'll just add that we're sitting on a False Creek water quality panel with our members, our partners at Vancouver Coastal Health, Transport Canada, Health Canada, trying to identify the sources of contamination that we're finding in False Creek and to try to mitigate those impacts. And also with respect to the contaminated soils that are in place now, there's already an engineered management system that's controlling leachate or whatnot from the contamination area into the creek, and that will continue.
Okay, thanks. We can probably follow up on that in a separate conversation. One final question on the skate park. We have an expert in skate parks. Looks like it's you, Jerry. Just a question on, we have a great skate park there, street skate park, gets a lot of action, and I know it's been included, the skate park has been in the drawings and the renderings going forward. Just want to make sure that that there's clarity around what that is. Is it no net loss of skate park space, or are we looking at additional? It needs some changes. It looks like it needs some changes in terms of location, exactly where it is, but does that mean there's a possibility for some enhancement and some new additions to what is in the skate park going forward?
Certainly, Dave Hutch with the Park Board, through you, the Chair. The skate park, we understand with the new Pacific, there will be some impacts to it. So we have an opportunity through the design of Creekside Park, as well as the redesign work that will be required with Andy Livingston, to really explore the full breadth of options to relocate the skate park. So we've ensured that in the scope of that redesign work that we would deliver a skate park of similar scale, as well as factored in a cover, and that's been included in the preliminary cost estimate. So it's fully in the plan.
Okay, and the general nature of the additional park space, we've got the big fields at Livingston, obviously. So this is, we're not talking about more playing fields, we're talking about more naturalized landscape, new skate park. Anything else envisioned or anything at the top of the park board's list that we should be aware of, or is it still wide open?
Well, certainly if we're regarding the Creekside Park extension, we're very wide open, and as with all our park design processes, we'll rely on a really robust public consultation process to get a sense of where the community need is. This will be a destination park, so we'll be looking at a citywide process to help inform that and move things forward. But things like the seawall, a large passive lawn, some basic components have been discussed going forward.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Mayor Robertson. Okay, Councillor Louis, you're up.
Do I get my 11 seconds back?
Absolutely.
Just doing a proper accounting. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will take this opportunity to first off thank staff for their tremendous work to get us to this point in time, and to also thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your efforts in this regard as well. Certainly your work to advance this prospect of taking down the viaducts and regularizing this section of our city has been tremendous, and I think we should recognize that effort. The report that's before us today is, I think, as a result of tremendous work by many people. Many voices have been heard to give us this opportunity to pursue this, and I think as a result of the work that has been done, we've had the chance to hear such a diversity of voices that we've made the prospect more real and better in terms of its possibility of result. What we heard was the history of this area and the reasons why it was built, and we heard, distinctly from the Chinese community, from the Black community, and how there was a great deal of disruption and destroying of community and neighborhood as a result of the building of this infrastructure. And things have changed. Much has changed, and this concept of taking down the viaducts, of course, is not new. It was there right from the beginning, before it, in fact, went up. And so this should not be a surprise for people that this has been a controversial issue here in the city of Vancouver, but not just here, but around the world as well. This type of infrastructure is dated, and it served a purpose, I think, originally to go over railroad tracks, but those tracks are long gone, and the area and the city has grown tremendously. So today we're hearing different challenges, the gardens and accessibility to those gardens and traffic locally, and the opportunities that might be presented to pay tribute to the past of the Black community in Hogan's Alley and the Chinese community and such, and First Nations as well. This is all important work going forward. For me, the major component of this was proving out that it was viable, that there are benefits to our citizens, and the staff have advanced the work to a point where they now cannot go any further. And I think it's important to recognize that staff have done tremendous work, and they're asking for us to give them the resources and the necessary tools to go forward and do the next phase. Staff have indicated to us with high confidence that this pencils, that this economically works, that there's at least $100 million on the table for us to better our city, and I'm confident that staff's initial piece of work will prove out in the longer term. But there's much more work to be done, and lots of negotiations to be had, both with landowners and the province and many of the other components of this plan that need to be worked out in the ensuing number of years. What I had expressed to staff previously was that I needed to have some assurance that we weren't throwing good money after bad, and so staff have assured me that they believe that the money will be there. But having said that, I do want to strengthen the language within the recommendations to give it some further emphasis on the financial part, meaning give staff the opportunity to pursue their work, but reporting back to us before taking the final action of swinging that sledgehammer or that wrecking ball and taking it down. And so I've provided the language to the staff that amends B, the staff report B. I will move the entire recommendation A all the way through K with a couple of amendments to B. And Council will see that deleting the words after future in brackets 2009, and further that council direct that the removal of the viaducts will not commence until such time as staff report back within 18 months or less on the necessary amendments to the False Creek Official Development Plan and the associated bylaws and policies, and revised public benefit strategy and associated funding strategy. And that's the key piece for me, that there's lots of work. I am very interested in seeing all this work proceed, but the funding strategy that staff have indicated is still to be worked out, must be intact, that it needs to prove out for us that there in fact is a positive benefit to the city, and I think in the end that will happen. The second piece is that staff report back on the terms of reference for an expanded, renewed East False Creek Stewardship Group to be appointed by Council, replacing the Northeast False Creek Joint Working Group to provide advice and input during the subsequent planning phases of the project, in addition to the regular engagement strategies. And this piece is meant to widen the net, that this project of taking down the viaducts extends beyond just the local area, that it impacts and has benefit to a much wider community. And I think that by giving a voice to others around the city that currently use the viaducts, but potentially could use the new park space, for instance, or benefit from a new First Nation Center or revitalized Hogan's Alley space. This is all positive, and I think we should give the public a chance, the wider public a chance to input into that that new project as well. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm probably at time, and I'm happy to move the amendments and with the motion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Louis. Okay, do people need a moment to digest that, or you ready to go, Councillor Carr? Or do you want to think for a sec?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure on the numbering. I've submitted a number of amendments to the city clerk, and I don't know, I can't see the end of that. Does it still end up with the same number of it does? Okay, so all the numbering is still fine. Great. Okay, based on that, I'd like to propose some amendments to the motion, and I have submitted them to the clerk. And my first amendment...
Maybe before you start, Councillor Carr, I anticipate people may have the odd question for staff, so I propose to have you do your, your discussion, and then maybe on each one we'll invite staff to comment so that we don't have to go around and try to get on the queue and that kind of stuff. So we'll try to hear from staff if there are any issues in their minds on these, and then we can go forward there. Hopefully will be none, but let's see.
On my amendments?
Yeah.
Okay, not a problem. So I'll start with an amendment to the amendment that Councillor Louis put forward in B. He added a B, sorry, that was, that had a and further that. You've got that one?
Sorry.
Okay, no, I've got, I did send I did send add to.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
There seems to be some confusion here, and I certainly have not seen the Councillor Louis' amendment. So maybe perhaps a 5-minute break so that whatever is going on here can be...
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Would we okay for council recess for 5 minutes so we could see the revised text and then...
I'm not clear from the colors. What is Councillor Louis?
Well, Councillor Louis was all in black, and these are now, we're into Councillor Carr's.
If Councillor Carr could provide us with her, once she's figured this out, that would be good.
I'm happy to provide a print copy, but I'd like to do it in the context of the amendment that Councillor Louis put forward. So perhaps we can consolidate.
So I've started an amendment queue.
Right.
You should move your amendments, perhaps best one by one instead of a whole pile at once, and then we'll just see how they go. Do them on? Okay, so Councillor Louis says let's hear them all, and maybe some are tougher than others. But if you could, where I was confused, Councillor Carr, was that you were mentioning B, but I saw F on the screen, so I was a bit lost as well.
Oh, sorry. That's because it starts with that, but I did have an amendment to Councillor Louis' statement that I did provide in text to the city clerk, and it's above, it starts above all the string of amendments I've made. And my amendments do start with recommendation F, it's true. But I did have a point above that. You have it?
See it now.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, then I'll go through, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if you could just clarify if you want me to go through, if you want a 5-minute recess.
Let's hear them all, and then we'll
Okay,
inquire of staff.
great,
And then
no
we'll
problem.
see how it goes.
So, starting with my amendment to Councillor Louis' point, I just wanted to add, and further that, staff work with the Vancouver City Planning Commission to determine the form, breadth, and transparency of the expanded public engagement process. This was a request that they came to with us at the very beginning of the speakers list, and I think that their involvement in determining a very robust public engagement process is very welcome, and I just wanted to make sure that that was captured in the motion. This is the pause for comment.
Okay.
Or no? Do you want me to just continue?
Mr. Jackson? Yes.
In regards to what was suggested by some of the members of council wanting to see all the amendments, it might be good for Councillor Carr to move all the amendments, not speak to any of them, but just move them all, put them on the floor of council, provide them to all the members of council and staff so everyone can digest it for a minute, and then Councillor Carr can speak to all of her amendments all at once.
When would you think we would hear from staff if we needed to?
Right after we get the digestion, I think. After the 5-minute digestion by staff.
So that's Councillor Carr would introduce them. We'd have a moment to review those along with the ones made by Councillor Louis. We'd come back after a 5-minute break, and then we'd hear from staff, and then we'd go and debate them all. So the motion remain on the floor. I think you have a point of order, Councillor Genova.
Yes, can we please give those before the 5-minute recess?
Yeah, that's the idea.
That's the idea.
Okay, it wasn't mentioned.
Great.
Okay, so carry on, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Then I provided a number of amendments that address issues that were raised by citizens groups in particular, but also citizens with concerns. So my first amendment to F is regarding a more firm and clear wording regarding the timeline on the delivery of the new waterfront park. Then I'm recommending changing H. Speakers were concerned about Prior Street, and again, the clarity of wording on that. So there is clarity on the wording to ensure that the downgrading of Prior Street to a local street occurs in a timely manner, and that ongoing work to address community-related traffic safety issues is going on. I've added then a number of amendments. L, which has to do with Concord Pacific being encouraged to develop lands in Sub-Area 6C with the most contaminated soils first to facilitate the delivery of Creekside Park. M, which clarifies that in the funding package that staff will develop, I'm asking that community amenity contributions not be used to fund the viaducts project. I've added an N, which is the funding strategy should include contributions by the landowners, obviously not CACs, but should include contributions based on the fact that their property values will increase even under current zoning. I've added an O, that staff consult with the Black community. That's required in the Downtown East Side Plan, but that they specifically address some of the issues raised by many speakers, and they're listed there. P, that staff assess and monitor the impacts on the low-income residents in the surrounding community and develop a plan that aims to protect the low-income housing, prevent gentrification, and provide for more affordable and social housing than the minimum 20% of units. And finally, Q, that conditions for a new east-west arterial alignment to replace Prior Street include no or negligible impacts on Cottonwood Garden, Strathcona Garden, and the food wholesalers on Malkin Street's Produce Row.
So we'll be back at 8:30. Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Clarification on the expectations of staff. There's a lot of content here. Are you looking for us to make recommendations or raise concerns with each of these or give you our feedback on them?
Well, I'm anticipating there may be a request for some staff feedback, and I don't think that we should not have it, but are you suggesting you need more time than 5 minutes?
No, I just want to get clarity of what exactly council's looking for from staff after the break, because there's some of these are obviously for council to make decisions on and not necessarily the staff business. So I want clarity on what council wants from us in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you want us to raise any issues or concerns that we hear with them?
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, there may be questions, staff, about the viability of this or that, or how they feel and so on, and you may not want it, you may not be prepared to answer because you feel it's council's responsibility to make the decision, but we'll have a chance for a quick feedback on some of these things, just so that we can.
So, and from the clerk, are you printing them out for everyone to have, Janice? Are you printing them out so everyone will have them? Yes. Okay, so we'll have a printed out version. Staff will come back in 5 minutes with any concerns that we have with any particular parts of these. Is that what we're being asked?
That's what I would like to see.
No, I think we can do 5. Nope, I'm hearing 5. 6? 6?
8:30.
Oh, 6? 10? Okay, thank you.
We gotta go get the copies.
So just so you. My mic is on. Can you turn my?
Well, she can't print it. She can't print it. You have to print it. You sent it to print. So we'll get the print out of the back? Yeah, she's gonna. Well, here, no, just email it to me and I'll print it. Just do. I know, we're coming. Oh.
Okay, longest 5 minutes recently here. Mr. Jackson, you had a chance to quickly peruse these with your colleagues. Do you want to tell us any reactions to any parts of it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. In terms of Councillor Carr's recommendations, we've gone through them all. With respect to B, that staff work with the Vancouver City Planning Commission to determine form, breadth, and transparency. We feel that that's redundant to the additional motion that Councillor Louis has asked in terms of the expanded, renewed East Falls Creek Stewardship Group, and we believe that the VCPC would be part of that, and so we feel that that's basically redundant to that recommendation. Recommendation F changed the last two lines to, and that the rezoning results in the delivery of all of the new waterfront park by no later than 2024, and much of the park is possible on an expedited basis. We feel that that is not something that's within our control or within, certainly within council's control. That would be very much a negotiation with the province, and really it would be putting a false promise to the community as to a specific target, so we don't feel that that is something that we could recommend. Recommendation H, the change in wording, we fully support the wording that Councillor Carr has proposed, including the second paragraph, further council direct the GM of engineering to continue to pursue near-term improvements along prior. Adding L, that Concord Pacific be encouraged to develop the lands in sub-area C with the most contaminated soils first. We feel that that is the development of 6C and which buildings can be developed first is a very complicated issue, and it relates to the volume of soils and the location of the biggest buildings and how deep they have to be and the level of contamination, and we do not feel that at this point we can recommend that that be added. Add M, that community amenity contributions arising from future rezoning applications not be used. We feel that that's closing a door on a potential bucket that council may want to consider in the future. That there may be a portion, a significant portion, a very little portion of the money rising from the Concord's rezoning that council may wish to consider, so we don't feel that council should be closing the door on community amenity contributions at this time. That the fund, add under N, that the funding strategy include contributions by large landowners in Northeast based on the understanding of their property values. Again, we do not feel that that's appropriate for council to consider now. That would be appropriate for council to consider in the context of a rezoning application sometime in the future. That staff consultations with the Black community as required in the downtown East Side plan address restorative justice issues. Absolutely, we feel very comfortable with that recommendation. It is redundant to the policies of the downtown East Side, but certainly if council wishes to emphasize that as a particular issue, we wouldn't have a problem with that. Under P, that assess and monitor the impacts on the low income, that is specifically in the downtown East Side plan. We feel that that is redundant to the downtown East Side plan recommendations and policies. And under Q, that conditions for a new east-west arterial alignment to replace prior include no or negligible impacts on Cottonwood, Strathcona, and the food wholesalers. Again, the issue of the replacement for Prior Street is a complicated issue, and we do wish to provide all the information to council so it can make a decision based on all the facts, including cost, impact, and property matters associated. So we do not feel that that would be appropriate for council to consider at this time. Those are our comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson. So we'll go to an amendment queue 8 times, I guess. So on B, that's Amendment B from Councillor Carr. Do you want to speak briefly to that, Councillor Carr? Sorry.
Did we miss commenting on Councillor Louis' as well? Was that something you were looking for as well?
We had included that because they were included as part of the original motion. We have no problems with the recommendations from Councillor Louis.
Okay, thank you.
So the motion has been moved as amended by Councillor Louis. Now the first amendment is Councillor Carr's. Did you want to speak to B, Amendment B, Councillor Carr? Okay, I think I'm in the right order here. Okay. Go ahead. There we go.
Great.
Sorry.
No, no problem. Thank you. Yes, actually, I feel that my amendment to Councillor Louis' section in B is not redundant. It's my opinion that when the Vancouver City Planning Commission made its submission, they differentiated the planning process from the actual their involvement in defining the planning process, a new sort of definition of a more robust process. Although they have been involved in the past, I understand that, and there will be an involvement in the ongoing process. They specifically did ask if they could be involved in helping define a more robust, broader, transparent, and expanded planning engagement process, a public engagement process. And that's why I put that in there. I heard the two different statements that they made, and so I actually would encourage you as councillors and Mr. Mayor to vote for this. It's not in any way detracting from the fact that the Vancouver City Planning Commission will be involved. That will go on. It is simply adding in a step in the process to ensure this is the best possible planning process.
You, Councillor Louis.
Well, I wrote the amendment that I put forward specifically to be as inclusive as possible, that to give the breadth of opportunity to a number of different groups that might be interested in inputting into this process of these viaducts. And I would happen to agree with the staff position that it is redundant. The Planning Commission's work is quite specific, and their terms of reference spell out their scope of work. If they decided to comment on this, well, that's of course their choice. For council to decide for them, I think would be a little off the mandate of what they are set up to do. And I think it's important for us to have them continue to maintain their separation and integrity to make decisions as they see fit. I know that they've came and expressed some opinion and want to be engaged, and so they will be given that opportunity through the expanded process. But to name them without naming many other groups, I think would be an unfair process to all the other groups that are out there. So for those reasons, I'm against this component.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, we'll go to a vote. Screen is there. On Councillor Carr's amendment, which is lettered B at the top of her page, which is about the okay, and so that fails with everyone opposed except for Councillor Carr. So the next recommendation is an amendment, Councillor Carr, to recommendation F. Change the last two lines. Do you want to speak to that amendment?
I think that, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've all heard through many different applications for rezoning and issues in front of this council, the concerns of the residents of Halls Creek around the unbelievably long period of time that they've been waiting for the new Creekside Park extension, and the desire to see some dates pinned down so that they have, I mean, even, and they said it quite clearly, even if it's a long time in the future, to see a date pinned down is really important to them. They feel like they're never going to get that park. And I took the date That is actually in this report. It actually states in the report that by 2024, the final part of the Creekside Park extension will be completed. So I don't feel like I'm asking in this actual amendment and new recommendation that it is different from what is contained in the report. But it does, I think, give comfort. I think it would give comfort to the residents of the Falls Creek area who feel that this is a park that will never be.
Thank you, Councillor Louis.
The prospect of a park, I agree, has been long in coming, and we have been trying, I think, on successive councils to secure that through a number of different avenues, including working more closely with Concord, planning, and this ultimately, this exercise that we're undertaking today will help deliver that park that much sooner. If council were to vote in favor of this, this would be a plan on how to deliver that park. But what staff have clearly said to us, and just a few minutes ago, is that this is not within our control. There is no rezoning that is before us for consideration. This planning exercise cannot attach itself to a time frame on redevelopment. That's exactly what staff said. And so to now put, despite what staff said, to put a motion before us that obligates or to say that we will deliver by 2024 is exactly what staff said, a false promise. And so I can't for the life of me understand how we could put forward a false promise when after suffering all these years of not having a park, that we put something in front of them that we don't have the control under. If we in fact vote for this entire exercise, then we will be advancing and give greater confidence, I think, that we are moving this process forward and not giving false promises, but actually concrete examples of how we can plan for and deliver on a specific timeline. But that work still needs to be done. And I think it's absolutely improper to be giving a false promise at this time.
Councillor Ball?
Yes, thank you. And much as it pains me, because I think we all understand what the residents feel about that park, and all of us want that park, I think when it's not in our power to actually make that promise, it's just fakes it out, because they have been expecting it. They thought a date was there. We're saying we hope it'll be in 2024, but there are so many things in front of that that I just don't know how we can make a guarantee we can't keep.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor DiGenova?
Well, I'd like to echo Councillor Ball's comments, but also add that this is the portion that makes me most uncomfortable, and I would actually question the legality of this, as we would be sitting in a public hearing listening to this rezoning, and here it actually says that the rezoning results in the delivery of the park. So we've already decided to deliver a park before we have a rezone, which means we've already decided on CACs and DCLs before we've actually heard the merits of the project and the people come. We might as well just rubber stamp it right now. So I'm not comfortable with that at all.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. I have much the same feelings. I don't see any further speakers, so we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of Councillor Carr's amendment, please indicate. So opposed, Meggs, Louis, Stevenson, Deal. Did we get that right, or is that the previous vote? Sorry, I thought... so we'll have to redo it? Okay. So all clear. So we'll call a vote. Please show. Okay, opposed or Meggs? Sorry. No. We got it? Okay. Opposed? Meggs, Louis, Stevenson, Deal, Robertson, Ball, Affleck, DiGenova. Okay, thank you. So recommendation H. Do you want to speak briefly to that, Councillor Carr?
for this. Staff say it's okay. So this one should be all right. And I do, just note that this is, I'm very appreciative of staff's working with me on the wording on this to ensure that that we get Prior Street downgraded to a local serving street as quickly as possible. The concerns were raised by residents, and I think staff responded to those, and I'm very appreciative of that.
Councillor Louis?
Well, since staff helped you word it. No, this is, I think, certainly supportable. We've heard clearly from the local neighborhood that we needed to address this, that we have, in the report, it talks about immediately downgrading Prior Street, and this adds further language to the equation that we continue to pursue near-term improvements. I think that's something that we've expressed collectively for some time now, and I certainly will be supporting this.
Councillor DeGenova?
I'll just quickly say that I also will be supporting this, as I do believe that many of the people who came, regardless of their feelings on the viaduct, certainly had an issue with Prior Street and its current state. So I thank Councillor Carr and staff for bringing forward this amendment.
Okay, we'll see if peace broke out. We'll call a vote. Sorry. Please show. Okay, that passes unanimously for those who are here. Thank you. So, Councillor Carr, you have an amendment to add L. You want to speak to that one?
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think that there are, of course, different scenarios that could be played out in terms of which lands get developed first. And we all know that the lands with the greatest amount in sub-area 6C contaminated soils, that it's those lands with those heavily contaminated soils that are at play in terms of delaying the delivery of the new Creekside Park extension. And I don't think there's anything wrong in our staff, in us as a council, encouraging Concord Pacific to develop those lands first so that the delivery of the park will be done in a more timely fashion.
Councillor Louis?
Well, again, staff were very clear that this is more complicated than as portrayed than Councillor Carr has just articulated, that there are varying degrees of contamination in the large area of Site C, that the requirement and delivery of the park requires that 6C, that's Site C, 6C, that there is a requirement for delivery of a park with the development of Site C, or 6C, but that there are many negotiations and discussions that still need to happen. For us to now put in this component as part of that larger discussion, I think is unnecessarily complicating, I think, the end goal, which is the delivery of that park and the positive bottom line for the city and all the other amenities that would come to the city as part of this exploration and exercise to take down the viaducts. So my preference is not to encumber staff's discussions and negotiations if council were to pass this, and leave this for staff to work out and ultimately as part of rezoning for us to consider. And that's the more appropriate time for us to consider whether or not we talk about timing and delivery of certain components and development of certain components.
Thanks, Councillor. And I'll just add that it may be that leaving certain contaminated soils in place is the quickest way to facilitate the park because they're not disturbed and therefore don't become an issue. But that's certainly a question the province will be very interested in. So ready for the vote? Did we get that? Okay, please indicate. Okay, Mayor Robertson, thank you. So amendment fails. Opposed, Meggs, Louis, Stevenson, Deal, Robertson, Ball, Affleck, and DeGenova. So we're now on to amendment M, or sorry, it's an addition, an amendment to add M. Would you like to tell us about that, Councillor Carr?
Yes. You know, I think that there, again, were a lot of people who raised concerns about the number of people who are coming into who would be coming into the North Falls Creek area, and that those people are going to need the kind of public amenities that typically our community amenity contributions fund. Things like a park, things like child care, community centers and recreational features, and that, that it's a slippery slope to start using the community amenity contributions, even any portion of it, to fund something like the removal of the viaducts, to move it, to shift it away from what have been always the delivery of real community amenities that serve people's quality of life to something like this. So I so strongly feel that we should not go that route. That we have, our community amenity contributions are so stretched as they are to meet the needs of people in terms of those public amenities. I think there are other options on the plate in terms of funding the removal of the viaducts. That's what we should be focusing on.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Oops, sorry.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The prospect, as stated by staff, to close the door on this funding opportunity is, I think, premature. That the work that I've asked staff to do and report back to us in 18 months as part of the original motion that I moved is part of that exploration. It was articulated in the report that they will come back to us and report out to us how to fund this project. And by that time, they'll also have initiated conversations and negotiations with the parties to help give us better clarity on how to move forward as well. But what I would say is that Councillor Carr only tells half the story. In order for us to have some of those amenities that I think Councillor Carr and the community, and I think all of Council covets, amenities such as park space, amenities such as space for social housing, comes as a result of the viaducts coming down. In order for additional space for social housing to be created, viaducts need to come down. In order for another 4 acres of park space to be created, the viaducts need to come down. So that's where I think there's a disconnect. For her to now say no community amenities should go towards the demolition of the viaducts precludes us from ever receiving some of those other benefits. And that's why I think for those reasons, it's far too premature for her to now put constraints on the funding that might go into actually creating some of these amenities themselves.
Thanks, Councillor Louis. So seeing no further speakers, we'll go to the vote. And please show. Okay, everybody done? So in that case, okay, so please, can we please change Councillor DiGenova's vote to, should we revote? Okay. Okay, please vote. Okay, so that also fails. Opposed, Meggs, Louis, Stevenson, D.L. Robertson, Ball, Affleck, and DiGenova. So on to the next one. That's an additional N. Would have been. What happened to one that's called add N here? Yeah, okay. So Councillor Carr, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you.
To that,
you know, this particular addition arises really out of the concerns I think that most of us will have heard out in the community, that the removal of the viaducts is really just an incredible gift to the developers that own land in the area already, and that they stand to make a huge amount of profit, and that as a city we should be looking at how to fairly share the cost of bringing those viaducts down with the companies that own the land that will stand to profit more because of their removal. That is what this recommendation actually points to, is just, I did ask the representative from Concord Pacific, as you'll probably remember at the beginning of these hearings, and he said yes, even without any additional increase in density, that their lands will increase in value by the removal of the viaducts. I think it's a fair thing for us as a council to do, to ask that those landowners who will stand to gain more profit without even any increased density to share in the cost of the removal of the viaducts that will, by their removal, increase the profitability and the value of their land.
Thank you. Councillor Louis.
So what staff said in response was that we would capture that, in essence, at the time of rezoning. That the mechanism, there is no mechanism for us to capture that at this point in time. We're still undertaking a planning exercise. When that additional value is realized and captured by the development proponent, in this case Concord, that's when we can extract our fair share for the community. So it's, again, premature for us to say that we would extract, but let's have a look. Let's go through this exercise. Let's vote for this overall. And when it comes time for rezoning, that's when we would then in turn say we would want our fair share for our citizens and attract the amenities possible. But by voting against this, then I guess it won't happen.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Louis. So seeing no further speakers, we'll go to a voting screen on that. Please indicate. Okay, so that amendment fails. Meggs, Louis, Stevenson, Deal, Robertson, Ball, Affleck, Digenova opposed. So we'll now go on to amendment which was called add O. It would no longer be O if it passed, but you're up, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, again, as you can see by all of these amendments, I'm really trying to capture the concerns that were raised by people who came to speak. We had a great number of speakers come to us from the Black community, some of whom spoke very eloquently about their history in the area and being part of families and themselves part of the relocation caused by the building of the viaducts on the people that were resident in Hogan's Alley. So I just captured words that they use, such as restorative justice, the need for social and cultural facilities, commemoration of the Black history in Hogan's Alley, and I know that it's in already the Downtown Eastside Plan, but I believe that because of the direct proximity of the Hogan's Alley location with the viaducts, it's worth putting into this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Deal.
Yes, thank you very much. I am normally extremely loath to vote for things which are utterly redundant, but in this case I did have a chance during the break to go back and look up the Downtown Eastside Plan, and the wording is actually only goes as far as to say recognize and honor the former Black community of Hogan's Alley that exists prior to the viaduct's construction. That's section 6.12.1 for anyone who's following along at home. And because we did hear from a significant number of members of the public and some really interesting ideas and reflections, I think that adding some extra language around that is appropriate at this time to fill out that part of the Downtown East Side with a little bit more character and a little bit more direction, so that we can make sure we move forward appropriately on this, given what we've heard from people.
Thank you, Councillor Louis.
I, like Councillor Deal, have long-standing aspirations to commemorate and recognize and pay honor to this space in our city that was devastated as a result of the construction of these viaducts. And so it is important for us to put the energy into this exercise. I will support the amendments to my motion. What I'll say, though, is that this was always part of the plan that we would undertake if this played out for us, just as the way that we had hoped. When Councillor Meggs first introduced this idea, this was part of the overall larger plan to think about how we could restore some of the history into the places that came as a result of the destructions of neighborhoods. And so this is not something that is new, and as like Councillor Dio said, it is in the Downtown East Side plan. It is redundant, but I think in this instance, it's important enough to restate it as part of this larger initiative. And again, you know, if this project, if council in fact votes for this initiative to spend this additional money and further and make this decision to take down the viaducts, then this can come a reality. And I hope that council does in fact vote for it in the end.
Thank you, Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that it is important, as Councillor Dill says, to make note of something that is important to the whole community. I think that the reason I say the whole community, it is because both the cultural agencies in the city, the cultural life, a great deal of it that is important actually originated in this area. The musicians who are world famous who came from there, and the actors who continue to teach in the community today, I think have all made great contributions that really haven't been acknowledged. And I think that this is one of the most important issues that has been brought to the fore in this discussion. So I agree that we should vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks. I will vote in favor. Initially, though, I was opposed because I don't really think we should be voting in favor of amendments that are, in fact, redundant, which I think this one is. However, Councillor Deal has changed my mind on that, having quoted. So I'll vote in favor, but I also am doing it reluctantly. I don't think that we should be making extra efforts in these areas. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, we'll go to a voting queue, or vote, I mean. So please indicate. Thank you, that one passes unanimously. So it's headed add P. Go back to that. Do you want to speak to it first, Councillor Carr, or was your assess and monitor the impacts? Okay.
Sorry, actually, I think I understand that Councillor DeGenova is going to amend it. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Apologize, Councillor DeGenova. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would like to propose an amendment to the amendment, and that would be to remove the words prevent gentrification, and then to remove the than the minimum 20% of units. So it would then read that staff assess and monitor the impacts of the viaduct's removal and development of the northeast False Creek area on low-income residents in nearby Chinatown and the downtown east side, and develop a plan that aims to protect low-income housing and provide more affordable and social housing, particular for residents with core needs. And the reason for that is I wholeheartedly support the sentiment that I believe Councillor Carr's amendment is trying to fulfill here, and we heard from many speakers concerned in the downtown east side about affordable housing. However, I think it's unfair to sort of set this bar and make false promises if staff can't deliver more than the minimum of 20%, and also prevent gentrification. I find that a bit of a loaded word. There's been a lot of social housing projects or projects that have provided affordable housing that certain people view as gentrification. However, they have provided more opportunities in the downtown east side and in Chinatown for low-income and core needs individuals. So that's the reason that I would be proposing the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, Councillor Louis.
Perhaps a question, if I might, which would determine how I would vote on this. It depends on, the language seems amenable if it is related to areas outside of, I think, the Chinatown and downtown East Side area without being so specific, but rather to look for the opportunities in more general terms and not say exactly that it has to land in Chinatown and downtown East Side, that it might land in other areas of our city, including the redeveloped areas in Southeast Falls Creek as well, and that's not so clear in my mind. And so perhaps just a question to Councillor DeGenova, if that is in fact the case or not.
Well, I'm amending the amendment that Councillor Carr brought in front of us, and what we had heard from the speakers was more so regarding Chinatown and the downtown East Side. However, I'd be amenable to an amendment to the amendment to the amendment, if you'd like.
Unfortunately, Councillor DeGenova, that would be out of order.
Yes, I understand. However, I believe that Councillor Carr, and maybe she can speak about this, brought this forward because we had heard specifically from residents of Chinatown and the downtown East Side, and did not hear from some residents of the downtown East Side.
Well, Councillor Meggs, I've got the answer I needed out of Councillor DeGenova. At this point in time, I'd speak against this, and I'll be happy to move an amendment, a subsequent amendment to the amendment that would be more responsive to my concerns, but I would vote against the amendment to the amendment as it currently stands.
So I'm still at a loss as to what your concern is, though, which would help me a bit.
My concern, Mr. Chairman, is that it is directing the social housing, more affordable and social housing, and relates and references Chinatown and downtown East Side only, and rather than being more generic in terms of its reference to providing social housing and affordable housing more broadly in the area and around our city. My sense is that we should keep our options open on where we provide that social housing and affordable housing, not necessarily only in the downtown East Side and specifically downtown, Chinatown, recognizing that Chinatown is part of the downtown East Side. So there's a bit of confusion perhaps on both Councillor Carr and Councillor DeGenova's part because it is a sub-area within downtown East Side. So for those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I'll be voting against the amendment to the amendment.
I thought it was monitoring the Chinatown and the downtown East Side, but wasn't too specific about where it landed. But in any case, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I will be voting against the amendment to the amendment, and I'll be voting against for several reasons. I understand that the word gentrification is a loaded word, but it is a word that's used in these council chambers by those people who are subject to the forces of gentrification. So I used it very pointedly to address their concerns around the fact that that so much of the housing which is currently housing people who are at core need is being lost. We don't have as much of it, and it's every year we don't have as much. And secondly, in terms of the minimum 20% of units, I think again I'm speaking in this motion to a reach that is bigger in this particular area because I think that the opportunity in this area, if the viaducts are taken down, land is freed up, especially giving the city more land, the opportunity is greater. So I feel strongly that those words should stay.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, we will go to a voting queue on the amendment to the amendment. So this is Councillor DeGenova's. So I don't know what screen I got here. Has everybody voted? So the amendment fails. Opposed, Meggs, Louis, Stevenson, Deal, Robertson, Carr. So we'll go back to the earlier queue, I guess. Amendment Q1. So Councillor Carr, I think you did your bid. Is there a further amendment for you, Councillor Louis?
I do have an amendment to the amendment, Mr. Chair, that essentially it is that staff assess and monitor the impacts of the viaducts removal and development of the North Falls Creek area on low-income residents in nearby Chinatown and downtown and develop a plan that aims to protect low-income housing. So that's all redundant at this point in time. That's exactly what the Downtown East Side plan states, that staff are already undertaking that work. But as staff has said, it's redundant, but it's something that the work is already underway and doesn't really need to be restated. But to the issue, which is prevent gentrification, similar to Councillor DiGenova, some concern around the words gentrification, striking those words, and provide more affordable housing and social housing in the city of Vancouver. So it gives us the opportunity, because we may collect CACs, we may collect other amenities as a result of this and direct them to some proposition that comes available to us and gives us the flexibility, particularly for residents with core needs, is something I think also should be considered, but that's, of course, I think something that our housing staff would be best suited to give us direction on. So striking the words prevent gentrification and striking the words minimum of 20% of units. And adding the words in the city of Vancouver.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, we'll vote on Councillor Louis.
Oh, can I not ask a question?
Well, you weren't on the queue, I don't think.
sorry.
If I missed you, I apologize. So Councillor DiGenova. Clerk? Oh, okay. Okay, so we have the text. Councillor DiGenova, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I had a question because Councillor Louis was quite pointed in his remarks when he commented on my amendments, the amendment that Chinatown was a part of the downtown east side. So I'm wondering if that was redundant to him, why he's not removing Chinatown and just mentioning the downtown east side. Just curious.
Well, I don't know if I had read it right.
I find it very interesting that, I was told one thing and now in the amendment it does not reflect what
We're
Councillor
in
Louis
debate,
said.
Councillor DiGenova. So are you opposed to his changes or in favor?
Well, considering the way it stands right now, I don't have clarification on that. I'm not sure. I'm just a little bit puzzled, as he had mentioned, that the reason he was voting against my amendment was because it mentioned Chinatown and the downtown east side, which is all the downtown east side. That was one of the reasons. So I'm curious as to why he has taken a piece of Councillor Carr's and my amendment in his amendment.
Councillor Louis. We'll move on to Councillor Carr, and then you can clarify you're back on the queue. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. I will support this amendment to the amendment. I think it's just that far. And although, again, I will raise the fact that I think we need to, as a council, address the issue of gentrification and not to be shy about using that term and understanding that term and developing programs to counter it. But I am happy to see the wording, particularly for residents with core needs, and for that reason, because I do believe that, in fact, our social housing and affordable housing policies don't necessarily address those with core needs at all. If they can't, indeed, we can be developing affordable housing and social housing that doesn't address those needs in parts of the city. So to have that wording in there is, I think, important enough to support. Thank you.
Councillor Louis, some concluding remarks here?
Just to say that the issue of the downtown east side plan should not be central to the decision on whether or not the viaducts come down or not, and the description of whether or not a sub-area within the downtown east side plan, which Chinatown is, seems to be central in some of the councillors' eyes on whether or not they're voting for this issue of providing additional social housing, but not constraining where the social housing might eventually land. And I think it is important for me to once again explain that it's not the issue of the naming of a specific geographical area in our city, whether it sits within the downtown east side plan, whether it's named Chinatown or not, but rather it is the provision of social housing and where it's constrained to. That it's not constrained just to land either in the downtown east side, more specifically in Chinatown, but given the flexibility to be provided in a way that meets our core needs, that meets the social housing and affordability goals of our city, and landing somewhere more immediately, sooner the better, in our city. And that is the core. And perhaps Councillor DiGiova didn't hear me clearly enough, so and that's the reason why I've repeated it, Mr. Chairman. But certainly not the issue of what the geographical area might be named. I was only making clarification in terms of where the land mass is. It sits in the downtown east side, and perhaps Councillor DiGiova was not aware of that.
Okay, we cleared that up. We'll go to a voting screen before we have any further thoughts on that. Councillor Ball, did you want to vote on this one? Okay. It passes with Councillor Ball opposed. The final one is formerly headed Add Q. Councillor Carr, do you want to go on that?
Thank you. My question to staff earlier on, could we add...
Excuse me, Councillor Carr. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you were saying. Oh, okay. The clerk's reminding me that we had amended the previous amendment, but didn't adopt that amendment as amended. Okay. Okay, so we'll have to go back. I apologize, Councillor Carr. We'll come back to you, of course. But, so let's just vote on the amendment as amended. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Okay. Yeah. Well, it was Councillor Carr's is amended by Councillor Louis. Anyway, it's finding quite a bit of favor, Councillor Ball. So.
This is on P.
Councillor Mayor Robertson, do you want to? Councillor. Yep. Councillor Ball. Okay. The outcome, Mayor Robertson, you want to? Great. Okay. So that.
I can't change my vote, just for a matter of the public record, I just wanted to state that. That was my intention.
Okay. So the amendment as amended is in favor. Are you going to cast a ballot at this stage, Councillor DiGiova?
On the amendment, yes.
Okay, thank you. So that passes. We've noted your comments. Councillor Ball in opposition. Okay, now we're going to go on to the last on Councillor Carr's list. And,
yes, thank you.
This is called Add Q and has to do with Prior Street again. So go ahead.
Yes, I'll just remind Council that I did ask staff whether it would be possible to place some conditions on the consideration of an alternative east-west arterial alignment, which of course is being decided through the False Creek Flats plan, and it is possible for us to do that. And so I felt that given the incredible concern expressed by the public around the impact on Cottonwood Garden in particular, but also on the food wholesalers on Malkin Street's Produce Row, that we would that a motion is in order at this point in time to provide some security and assurance to those citizens that in that False Creek Flats planning process, that the alternate routes, whatever those routes be that are being examined, that there is a condition that there will be no or negligible impacts on these particular features which are so beloved by people in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Louis.
Well, let me just reiterate the comments of staff because it has been a a little over an hour now, or longer, I think, that the comments from staff is that it's not appropriate, that it's premature, that there's planning work that's underway, that in stark contrast to, for instance, the language that Council did approve in relation to Prior Street, which continue to pursue near-term improvements for Prior Street to continue to address community concerns about traffic-related safety. And that's broad-brushed, where it's intended to give staff the opportunity and give direction to look at opportunities to improve the safety of that street. In this instance here, what we're seeing is that very clear instruction, no or negligible impacts. And those are very, very high tests for us to direct at staff. And if that's the intent, then what it does is it precludes a full and proper exercise on all the other components that might come through that exercise to determine best routing and for a number of different aspects that might serve the city as a whole, not just these localized components, but there's a wider aspect or a wider group of considerations that need to be part of this decision. So I think it is inappropriate and premature. I agree with staff, and I really do think that it's ill-placed at this point in time. At some point in time, when staff report back, that's the time when you should be putting forward this amendment or this direction, I think. But you'll have information, and absent that information, I don't think it's appropriate at all.
Councillor Ball?
Yes, thank you very much. I agree with some of Councillor Louis' points, and also just the terms no or negligible, as staff said, also imply nothing can happen. No good anything can happen either, because you can have an impact that's good. So I just find those phrases to be really limiting in terms of what staff can do. We have heard Mr. de Brovoni assure us that Cottonwood Garden would remain safe. Obviously, the city needs to negotiate with the food wholesalers to be able to continue for those businesses to be able to provide for food within the city. And so I just can't vote for it because it doesn't allow for something better to happen.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. I'll just add that I resisted earlier, but I agree with the comments that it's too restrictive and an enhancement is necessary in many respects for certainly the people on Produce Row, but it is regrettable that the Cottonwood Garden was built with everybody's full knowledge on the city right-of-way, and we would not be having this discussion if it had not been done so, and it's on the website that the founders were proud of that decision. So notwithstanding that, we've heard our engineering staff say tonight they have no intention to move the garden and that they intend to protect or enhance it, which is an important commitment because that right-of-way was safeguarded precisely to avoid debates like this. So I also agree with those who said this is not an appropriate amendment. So we'll go to a voting queue. And please show. Okay, and that amendment fails. Opposed, Meggs, Louis, Stevenson, Deal, Robertson, Ball, Affleck, DeGenova. Okay, so we're finished with the amendments. So we have a motion back to the main queue. And Councillor Ball, are you wishing to speak to the main motion now? Nobody? Mayor Robertson? You want to go ahead? Yep.
Okay, well, first, a big thanks to all the...
Oh, sorry, I thought you were up. I don't know, Councillor Carr, were you there to speak on that? I think we'll come back on. Okay, sorry, Councillor, or Mayor Robertson, please go ahead.
Okay, first of all, a big thanks to the many citizens who have gave input on this extensive process. We had from local residents to gardeners, African Canadian community, planning and transportation experts, Chinatown community, business community. There were many people involved, and they deserve our great appreciation. I really want to thank staff for the extra effort on this front. 4 years of a truly impressive undertaking and reaching out to community, of doing the background work to give council the best possible advice on this. And in particular, just single out our Chief Planner GM, Planning and Development, Brian Jackson, for all of his leadership on this front. But the whole staff team really went above and beyond to make sure that we're well prepared for this decision. And I want to thank Councillor Jeff Meggs for his relentless and thoughtful leadership on this, having a clear sense of the need for this change from early days, but being focused on community engagement and the deep analysis of this to make sure that we make a good decision on this. Thanks for your leadership and passion for this. This type of decision, as has been said, does not come around often, and in fact, we haven't had one of this magnitude in the 7 years that I've been mayor. So we're at the edge of a really exciting opportunity today. And I'll admit that I had some doubts we would ever get to this point. When staff began to explore the concept, I certainly had concerns about traffic, about the costs, about how we'd fund this, about construction, how it might be sequenced. But over the past 4 years, staff have methodically addressed these issues, the community concerns, one by one, to the point that there is a single and clear direction that we must take, which is to move forward with removing the viaducts. I'll just give quickly 5 reasons. First, the seismic costs are significant with the creation of the new St. Paul's Hospital. That requires us to spend about $65 million ensuring the viaducts are earthquake resistant. And we save that money if the roads network is at grade. Second piece, extensive traffic analysis of the new road configuration that says it can handle 100% of the car volume. And we're basically trading an aging piece of infrastructure that's underused from a past century, a relic of a failed transportation policy, for an improved road network that can serve a dense new Northeast Falls Creek neighborhood and connect the downtown and Chinatown and other neighborhoods to Falls Creek. It's a big improvement and trade up for the transportation. Third reason, new affordable housing options. The city owns all this land. The 2 sites on either side of Main Street obviously create a great opportunity for more low and middle income housing. I'm certainly not interested in seeing a bunch of luxury housing there. If it is city land, there's a higher threshold for a public benefit, and I think that's important on those acres. Given the housing crisis that we face, it seems crazy that we'd spend tens of millions of dollars to keep an elevated freeway in place on top of acres of city land rather than focusing on housing for residents who need it. Fourth piece, removing the viaducts means expanding Creekside Park dramatically, and I can't understate what an opportunity this is. I don't know if there's any city in North America that is about to create a 13-acre park in the heart of the city. And when people talk about the cost of this project, a lot of that cost is related to a new park and protecting that land in perpetuity. It's an enormous legacy, and I think worth every dollar for the investment in quality of life. And finally, final reason is being able to reconnect Chinatown, the downtown east side, Strathcona, to the Falls Creek waterfront. And that's a great investment in walkable neighborhoods and ensuring that we have an opportunity now to reject the status quo and change it so that we have neighborhoods that are better connected. I don't think we would build anything like the viaducts today if we were given that option from scratch. So it's a great opportunity to make the change that makes sense for the neighborhoods. So I just say, in a nutshell, it's yes to more parks, it's yes to affordable housing, it's yes to walkable neighborhoods, it's yes to learning, being a city that learns from its past, and it's yes to thinking long-term, more than the weeks and months. It's looking decades into our future at what the best possible decision and investment in our city is. So I'm urging Council to unanimously support the removal of the viaducts. I think that this decision's been a long time coming, exhaustive process, and a very great opportunity for city building, as has been said. And I'm really thankful that we have the opportunity to make this call here as a council, and proud of all the work done by the whole city team and the community in shaping our future. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Robertson. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, 2 years ago, we made a decision to empower staff to go away, to do some analysis, to come back with a report that would provide us with the kind of detail to make a decision about the viaducts. I supported that report because I was expecting more, to be honest. I was expecting that this report would provide the kind of detail which would included things like what the province was saying, the kinds, where the money would come from. My feeling now is that, and it was then, was that that report and the decision to bump it ahead 2 years on the decision of taking down the viaducts was more, it was a delay tactic on the part of the party in power at the time. So,
Councillor Louis.
Councillor Affleck knows full well that he should be speaking to the issue that is before us for consideration, not to the intent and motives of the remainder of council.
Councillor Affleck.
So we delayed our decision on the viaducts for 2 years, waiting for a report to come back from staff. We have that report now, and we have what is first and foremost a bottom line of $200 million for phase one, another $100 million for phase two. The increase in the cost from the previous reports is significant, almost $100 million for the first phase. Certainly almost double or almost triple the actual rough cost that was provided us 2 years ago. The conversations haven't happened with the province. The Councillor Louis himself has amended the motion to ask for more detail, which is appreciative. The funding strategy, as he defines it, it's not a budget, but it's a funding strategy that addresses some of my concerns, certainly on where the money is coming from. But it doesn't address the issue of should we be taking these viaducts down? Is this the best way to spend $200 to $300 million of people's money in this city? You may say the money may come from all sorts of development. We don't really know where the money is coming from. Apparently it's going to come from development done there, but I'm also hearing that it's coming from probably citywide development. So that means we're going to be extracting, rating, as it were, CACs, DCLs, all other kinds of money for neighborhoods across the city. I have a real problem with that. I don't think that's what we should be doing for what I believe is a project that, when I weigh, is it worth doing or not? And so, and I'm on the side that I don't see the value at $200 or $300 million there. Will it speed up traffic? No, we all know that. It may not make it as bad as perhaps we thought, but we shall see. Will it add more bike lanes? No, actually, we're going to lose a bike lane potentially. We're going to have less bike lanes and certainly less of a clean bike way that we have now. Is it going to be a better design? Well, you could argue that the design might be great without the viaducts, absolutely, but we also have development, Vancouver House, which is saying that underneath a bridge is a huge opportunity. They're putting a chandelier up. They're using this. We live in, by the way, a city that rains a lot. So sometimes it's nice to have undercover areas. I take my kids to the underneath Cambie Street Bridge. There's a space underneath the bridge there where there's a park. It's a very effective, very valuable park space to me and my family. And I think that that's something we need to think about. Do we have this structure? You may hate and think was supposed to be a highway, but it has value in many different ways and could have had values. And so the design argument, I think, is you could weigh it both ways. You could say, yes, it would be nicer to have a Georgia Street flow down, but also we could argue that we have examples around the world, and we have an example right in this city where they're using the under area of a bridge to the benefit of the people who live in that neighborhood. Is it for safety? Well, we've heard that the cost to keep this viaduct upgraded has costs, but of course so does taking care of anything in our city, any bridge, any road, any sidewalk. We have to continue to upgrade our city's infrastructure. So that's not something that we should really take into account. It's really just the cost of running our city. The alternate that I'm looking at, and the numbers I'm seeing, we have Georgia Street going down to Pacific Avenue. We have several lanes. I think, while we're talking a lot about getting rid of what was supposed to be a highway, I think we're actually creating a highway right through the middle of a park. And I think that's a real problem. As a person who lives in Yaletown, on the other side of Yaletown, with young children, the kind of traffic that we're going to be seeing in this neighborhood on the other side of Falls Creek is a real concern to me, and I think we have to think about that. And traffic's not going to disappear overnight. I know that Vision Vancouver would like it to, but for now we still have cars that like to get around in the city, and it helps our prosperity. So my decision is to vote against this. I'd like to sever it and take out H and I because they're not really relevant to the actual whole report that we have, but they are important for the next phase. I can't support this, and the main reason is the cost. I don't see that we have the value there for the people of this city that a cost of $200 to $300 million, and that's just another rough estimate. I really worry that number might go up to 3, 4, 5. How high is this going to go? It's already doubled in 2 years. Will it double again in 18 months when Councillor Louie gets his report back? So I won't be supporting this today, and I hope that the rest of council doesn't support it, because I don't think it's the best way to use our taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Councillor Affleck, Councillor Deal.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to resist the urge to respond to that bluster and go on with the comments I was going to make. Mayor Robertson did an excellent job of summarizing what's before us here today, and so did Councillor Louie in his introduction. And again, I want to thank Councillor Meggs for bringing this forward. It was kind of a wild idea when I first saw it. I hadn't realized what history there was in looking at this, and it's been an amazing journey we've been on. I am voting in favor, and I'm voting in favor for the following reasons. This is space for cars being converted to space for people. That's a fairly common mantra in city building, and this is a city building exercise. And the cities of Toronto and Seattle have considered similar things and have not been able to wrestle them to the ground. And we are looking at a staff team here who have come up with the solutions, who have done the homework, who have taken the time that was needed to get the answers to make this a viable viaduct removal. It's 1 kilometer. It's 1 kilometer of road that uses an enormous amount of concrete and has an enormous impact on neighborhood. You're in the city grid as you approach it, and you're back in the city grid at the other end of this 1 kilometer. There won't be more cars as a result. There will be because of development, which is already in planning processes. Our Active Transportation Planning Policy Council is in favor of this. They think it's going to be better for cyclists, for pedestrians. We already know that our transportation mode has 50% of people traveling in our city using transit, bikes, and pedestrianism, and the number of cars is going down. So this conversion of space from space for cars to space for people, including cyclists, pedestrians, and transit, which don't go over the viaduct, is really important for the city. It's very much something that looks forward. And then on top of that, you get a bigger park. You get the wharf, which we really haven't talked about very much, but I think it's going to be a very exciting space, a space where there's going to be a lot of animation, a lot of activities, special events. I'm looking forward to going down and hearing music on the wharf. We're getting housing, space for housing that wouldn't be there otherwise. We can't create space in the city. This creates space. It's pretty amazing. We're going to get arts and cultural opportunities, the spaces, the activation, and some pieces of there that we've been needing to do for a very long time, such as honoring the Hogan's Alley and the community that was displaced when the viaducts were built. That's a huge opportunity for us as a city. It's something that really fits with our being a city of reconciliation, and I'm very, very pleased to be part of that. So what do we lose? We lose 1 kilometer of road that doesn't get people anywhere very much faster. It's 1 kilometer, and then you're right back onto the grid with lights and corners. And it puts that traffic back into the grid for that 1 kilometer. And in exchange, we get great transportation options, housing, arts and cultural spaces, a great park, honoring some of our less illustrious parts of our past, and a wonderful public realm. I think it's a tremendous win. I really am looking forward to seeing our success. And I'm hoping that some of the other cities that are looking at projects like this learn from us and decide that they can take those kind of projects on themselves. So I'm very happy to support this.
Thanks. Before we go to the next speaker, I'd like a motion to continue until we complete this item. Moved by Councillor Stevenson. All those in favor, please show. Any opposed? Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, there are some good pieces to this motion. I'm very pleased to see that in the motion there is wording that does look to developing more core housing for people with core needs, and that is desperately needed within our city. I'm happy to see the strengthening of language around Prior Street and the not only continuous work in the short term to mitigate traffic impacts and safety concerns, but also the downgrading of that street. There's a much more firm and clear language around that. The work with the Black community of Vancouver to redress problems that have arisen and the issues surrounding the displacement of that community by the building of the viaducts. These are all good things. There's part of me too that, I guess it's probably my urban geography background, that loves the idea of opening up space and the potential for urban design in removing the viaducts. But ultimately, I think we always have to hold, and I hold, the concerns and the interests of citizens above anything else in terms of the decisions I make. And there were parts to this motion that I attempted to amend in order to put the interests of citizens first. And I'm deeply disappointed that those were not supported. First, the delivery of the park, Creekside Park. The citizens in Falls Creek, North Falls Creek, have been waiting 25 years for a park. And I think that they are justified in feeling like developers' interests have trumped theirs again and again. We have developed, we have densified, and at the same time, we've delayed that park over and over. And I think that we owe it to be much more clear in our determination to see the interests of those citizens held as a first priority in guaranteeing the delivery of that park. I am upset that in the report, we actually have a timeline which says that park will be completed by 2024, yet when I attempted to make it just very clear in an amendment to the motion, it wasn't supported because of extenuating circumstances. Second, in terms of Cottonwood Gardens, I think it's also within the purview, power, and responsibility of council to put, again, public interest first. There will be lots of different elements to the choice of an alternative east-west route, but it is within our purview to say we don't want to see a negative impact on that garden or on the producers, row, wholesalers in terms of the determination of that route. And that too was an amendment that was not passed. I'm also very concerned about the lack of will of this council by its vote on my amendment regarding community amenity contributions to not ensure that we protect those community amenity contributions for their historic purpose of actually providing the amenities that are critical to people's quality of life in the city. And removing the viaducts and paying for the removal is not what I believe we should be considering community amenity contributions for. So for those reasons, and because I very much want to see any decision made of the scope of this decision, the viaducts decision, to ensure we have protected the interests of citizens and we've absolutely made sure that their concerns are reflected in that the outcome that will play out from this motion, that I will not be supporting it. Although I do want to see it severed. There are some pieces I could.
Okay, Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I know it's been a long night for everybody, but we've all been thinking about this for years and months, and the most interesting thing for me has been that the letters that we've received from the public have been so passionate and so opposite and so detailed in their analysis and things that they think should have happened, could have happened, should be looked at, want to be looked at. And they're intelligent, they're interesting, and on many subjects we hear nothing from the public, but the letters that we got were extremely interesting. I am concerned, though, that in the city's consultation that we did not hear from as many people as I thought we should have reached. And really, 1 in 5,000 or something, if my math is correct. And to me, on a project that is costing between 200 and 300 million, I would have thought that we would have been able to get a better buy-in or a larger buy-in. And in examining why, I kept coming back to the same thing that Councillor Carr has mentioned, the CACs, which I think are important. Councillor Deal mentioned that we'd have space for arts. Councillor DeGenova's talked about housing. I think that what the public wanted to see was how this plan would actually provide for those things. I would have liked to have seen how it's actually going to work, because I know that the Councillor Affleck just expressed how much is it going to cost. And so if we don't know what we really need in that area socially and want to have socially, to say that we're going to do this and not be absolutely sure that it's going to be anything just tearing them down and having a road that everybody is a little worried about, maybe it's too big, I think is the reason that we're getting that hesitation, certainly the reason I feel a hesitation about it, because it's not part of a large plan. It's a do this and then we'll see what we can do. And as I said, I have no doubt that it will move forward and that it's going to pass, but I certainly hope that before it actually is done, that we really know what the trade-offs are and what the real benefits, if there are any, what they really are, because I think that's what the citizens need, and that's the buy-in that we want. I don't question the amount of staff work. Our staff are devoted and do endless amount, but I think that sometimes perhaps even council hasn't asked for what we need in the biggest way. So unfortunately today I just cannot vote for it at this point. I will expect to see it move forward, and hopefully we'll be able to see the big plan.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank staff. I haven't been here as long as you have for the past 2 years that I know you've been bringing and working very hard on this report and bringing it forward. I have the report in front of me though, and I've had the experience of going through this consultation. And what I can say is I commend you for all of the work, the effort, the long nights, the open houses and consultation that's gone on. What I've heard from citizens, I've heard from a number of different citizens, more groups than I've heard from in a long time come forward on this issue that they're very passionate about. I do have some concerns regarding Cottonwood, and I think that a number of people who came here summed it up. Even if the garden is to stay, and it will remain, it won't be the same. And I think that especially with a garden such as Cottonwood, where I know Jill Weiss, who came and spoke earlier today, she takes groups to that park and through that park from other cities, other neighborhoods, even other countries, to show them the level of accessibility and the standards. And I am concerned about the accessibility of the future neighborhood that's going around that. I'm also concerned about the skate park. I remember the skate park very well, and perhaps Councillor Deal will as well, as she was a park commissioner who supported this skate park. I know that not myself, but the former Park Board Commissioner DeGenova actually worked with the Skateboard Coalition to build that park, and the City of Vancouver had approved that money to build that skate park. So now we're looking at not just tearing down the viaducts, we're also looking at removing communities and spaces in that neighborhood, spaces where I know that the downtown Eastside Youth Association actually goes and meets with youth, and that's a way for them to connect. So I'm worried that even though we'll send them to another skate park or find another area, it won't be an area that really has the culture and the feel that it has right now. I'm also very concerned about the new hospital, and that in this report, although I do take staff's word that they will consult with the appropriate emergency services groups and the province regarding the new hospital. If we make this decision today, it could be too late to implement what we need to, or if those viaducts do need to be saved for the hospital as a route. That really concerns me. A new hospital in Vancouver is not a small project. One of my biggest concerns that makes me most uncomfortable is how this development and the money situation here fetters council. When I come into a public hearing, completely neutral, listening to the public, taking the correspondence the way that we are supposed to. And if we're already counting on the density and CACs and money from projects on this land to pay for the viaducts, how are we to come in here unfettered? How are we to come in here without an opinion? And I would challenge any councillor who decides to vote for this to come in here with an open mind. How are you going to do that knowing that you have to rob Peter to pay Paul here? So that's an issue for me. And $180 to $200 million If staff can find that kind of money, I think this council needs to look back at the goals it set out for itself. Even before I came onto this council, the goals of solving homelessness. How many units could we build in the downtown east side for that amount of money? How many mental health workers could we bring on to solve homelessness and those problems? If $180 million to $200 million can just magically appear, why haven't we been using that for the social good in Vancouver? So because of those reasons, I won't be able to vote for this tonight. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stevenson.
Well, I'll let Councillor Louis deal with how's Paul going to pay Peter when he gives his final remarks. After the last three discouraging speakers, I'm sure that Chair Cooper over there can just see this part disappearing on him and saying, oh, what's going to happen here?
Yes, Councillor Jova.
Although it's not a council member, Councillor Stevenson is questioning the motives of another member of elected office.
He's not. He's not. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
So, unlike the last three speakers who are quite discouraged by this, I'm very excited and have been for some time. And I think we're on a historic day today, and I'm very pleased to be part of this council, and I think we'll look back years from now as one of the major projects that we have ever been involved with. As the mayor said in his term and in my term, there really hasn't been anything bigger than this. I want to thank those who came out also, as others have, to speak. But I really want to give a lot of kudos to the staff. This has been a really huge project, and I think they've been magnificent in coming forth with this report and answering all of the questions that have come forward, although obviously many of the answers that some councillors received weren't accepted. But I'm personally quite satisfied that all of the issues, whether it's to deal with Cottonwood or whether it's to deal with traffic or whether it's to deal with a number of things that are to come later, have been clearly given to us and in fact will be dealt with. So here we have a freeway, a piece of a freeway that's been sitting there for a long time in our city. And we remember back to Councillor Harcourt at that time and Councillor Marzari, who fought that freeway, and were successful except for this one piece that was built. And I'm sure they're absolutely thrilled today as they listen, if they are, to this debate or hear the results, to know that finally this piece will leave. I think back of the two of our planners, Brent Todrington and Larry Beasley, who we respected greatly, who were absolutely thrilled with the fact that this report has come forward. I think of when I listen to Councillor Affleck, I think of the Charles Gauthier and the BIA, the downtown BIA, who said they were unanimously in support of this, and obviously had followed this closely and the report and all of their members and came forward into support. So I'm a bit at loss for a lot of the rationale that has been put forward to why there may not be support from some of these councillors. I learned a great deal during this public hearing. I was born in Vancouver and have spent my life here, but I had no idea of the depth of the background in this area and the disruption that had taken place. You just know there's freeways in your city and you don't think much about who the freeway is displaced. So I was very happy to hear the stories. And I know that the plans going forward are to rectify some of those, as were noted, some of those things that had occurred before. And I think this is going to really change the whole nature of our city. This is a huge change in this part of the city, and it's going to make it a very vibrant and vital part of the city. And finally, we're going to get a good chunk of affordable housing, plus, and I know that Chair Cooper is listening, plus this magnificent park that will be coming to this area. So all said, I want to particularly thank Councillor Meggs. He has been struggling with this for a long time. I can't count the number of conversations that we've had as we've driven to Metro or in the office or wherever. And he has seen a lot of obstacles put in front of him, and including, I remember, Bill Good, who finally came around and realized that this was the way to go. So I really want to give Councillor Meggs so much credit for the vision and the insight and the patience and determinations to see this thing through. It will go down in his belt of achievements, I think, as one of the most important. So, Chair, it's my pleasure to vote in favor of this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Louis, you have a few more remarks, then I'll say a few words.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for giving me this opportunity, and it is appropriate that you have the final say on this. Let me say that 2 years ago that it was a proposition that was brought before us that I recall, surprisingly, that Councillor Affleck did vote in favor of this. And I think it was a good decision at that time that Councillor Affleck supported the project to go forward to investigate and get more information and advance the concept of this removal because it was worthy. And today, the same still holds true. Today, we're at a point where staff have asked us, after having done the exploration and giving us the best information that they can to date, they're asking for us to undertake additional work, to make the decision and empower them to go about undertaking negotiations with the parties, the province and the landowners, to come back to us with a full and robust plan. But absent a decision of council to empower them and make the formal decision to take these down, they cannot. And so if it is that you are interested in social housing, if you're interested in having additional park space, if you're interested in additional cultural space, then the vote today is to vote in favor of this and vote for those things. By voting against the proposition today, we lose the opportunity. And to help Councillor DiGenova with the ABCs of the mathematics, or 1, 2, 3 as more appropriate, without this proposition passing, without the land becoming available, there is no opportunities to attract additional CACs. The formula just doesn't work. More land comes available. More space comes available for park space.
Councillor Louis.
I find Councillor Louis' ongoing comments tonight to me to be quite disparaging. He does not need to teach me anything. I have not asked him for a lesson. And if I need more information, I will go to staff. Thank you.
Councillor DiGenova, that it's important that a point of order be based on the rules of procedure.
Would you like me to bring it up?
And I think that if they're based on the rules of procedure, we can hear them. If they're intended to debate by interrupting, I don't think they're appropriate.
Not debating by interrupting.
So
He's assuming my motives by teaching me a lesson.
Councillor DiGenova, I have the floor for a moment. I respected your point of order, but I'm just saying that it's important not to use points of order if they're properly based on procedure simply for interruption, and I fear it's heading in that direction.
Okay, it is not. It is under rules.
Okay, thanks very much.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll continue that it is important for this formula to work, and that's precisely why I moved the motion the way that I did in order to have staff report back to council with that financing plan to give us the comfort that's necessary in order to proceed. Tonight what we've heard is a bit of rounding error, I hope, or perhaps it was less less about them not, some members of council not paying attention to a presentation that we all received. What I heard tonight was that this cost $200 to $300 million, and that's not the cost. That's $300 million was the benefit that we received. $200 million was the cost. And so just to correct the record, when there's been repeatedly this number of $200 to $300 million worth of cost, let me just reiterate, 180 to 200 million is expected to be the expenditure. But we have to deduct the 73 to 90 million worth of avoided costs on the viaducts. And this was presented to you just a couple of weeks ago in council chambers. It's right there on the website, Councillor Affleck, you're laughing. I don't know why, but you are. And it's there for you to review. So, you know, it's important that we take the facts as presented by staff. If you, the other thing that I do want to comment on is that some comments were made that we're hearing some things and we're rating. I'd like to really challenge that assertion that we're hearing, because what I'm hearing is I'm hearing from our professional staff. I'm hearing that our staff have undertaken a review. These are people that are educated and are putting their professional reputations on the line. And today what I've heard is that other sources are saying, other voices are complaining. Well, I didn't hear that. And it wasn't produced in a factual way before me. So I am left with no choice but to support and believe in the professional staff that have come before us today and take the facts that they put before us, and until they make a mistake, until we catch them out, which is very rare, let me say, that let's proceed and move forward with this positive project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Louis. I'll say a few concluding remarks of my own. I appreciate the comments sent my way, but I think that the credit is a bit exaggerated. Certainly the staff work, especially in the last 2 years, has really been unbelievable, and we've seen, you know, I don't think it's patronizing or condescending to say we see 2 or 3 generations of engineering and planning leadership at the staff level getting involved in this, going out to the community and having those discussions. And that's really been impressive, and I think it's led to a high degree of public confidence in the analysis that's been done. So I just wanted to say that up right off the top. But I think there are a lot of citizens who've been interested in calling for this. I certainly met them when I lived in Strathcona, and we tried to carry our kids across the street, which had no traffic calming whatsoever, to the Strathcona Garden, which was just then being built. And later, I talked to many city planners who had a similar view, and I met Bing Tom, one of our city's most eminent architects, who'd paid with his own resources to have analysis done that demonstrated to his satisfaction that this would be an enormous benefit for the city. I remember Jim Green, and I remember his interest and involvement in it. And so I think it's important to keep in mind that the decision we make today could turn the page on a really long chapter in Vancouver's history and spell the end of the freeway battle that defined the city in the 1970s. And it points to a very different and better future for this critical area. It opens up a world of possibilities right at the heart of our modern city, and it reconnects historic neighborhoods, including Chinatown and the downtown east side, to emerging communities in Yaletown, downtown south, the Olympic Village, and downtown. So no wonder we have the support of former mayors like Mike Harcourt, Philip Owen, and Larry Campbell, who sent in their endorsements 2 years ago and haven't changed their minds. And now Mayor Robertson as well. We had our previous general managers of planning both times send in submissions underlining their support for this. Key community organizations, including the Downtown BIA and the Downtown Vancouver Association. The thousands and thousands of citizens who participated in the ideas fair that Mr. Toddard and his planning staff left, which led to a competition in which voters voted online for the same proposal which was recommended by a professional panel in a blind review that showed that the removal of the viaducts was possible and basically proposed the traffic solution that staff have brought to us again today. And there were countless interested citizens who have demonstrated over the last number of years in this chamber and many other places their support for this project. That's not to say there aren't those who have concerns, and those concerns have to be taken very seriously, but we can't turn our back on an incredible opportunity like this because we're afraid we might have a difficulty with protecting a garden, which the engineering department has said they will protect, or that we'll lose sight of the 1,000 jobs on Malkin, which I think are critical to the future of the city in so many ways. So a positive vote, in my view, means this council has made a strong statement that it will do its job, that the city, the elected officials of the city, will decide the future of this area on behalf of all of the citizens and no one else. And it hasn't always been this way. This section of False Creek was a fertile wetland, then became rail yards, an industrial and manufacturing hub, a World's Fair, and now it's acres of asphalt. Right after European settlement began in Vancouver, this land was allocated wholesale by Ottawa to the CPR, and the CPR covered it with rail yards and heavy industry that polluted False Creek and cut off Chinatown and Strathcona from the downtown peninsula. That's why the First Georgia Viaduct was needed, to leap over this obstruction, and industrial use continued. False Creek was steadily filled in. So when the freeway proposal was defeated, the new viaduct was built anyway, and it did not link to the existing streets at Main like the old one did. In fact, it sucked traffic back and forth through east side neighborhoods, and no wonder demonstrators blocked the mayor's car of the day when he tried to be the first person to drive across it. It was also linked to a lot of urban renewal, which did enormous damage to Strathcona and other areas through the destruction of communities that had to fight back from the grave, really, especially in the case of Chinatown and Strathcona. So those were not decisions that the people of Vancouver wanted or supported. And eastern communities like Strathcona and Grandview Woodlands have been paying the price with commuter traffic ever since. And this is an important point. The traffic concerns raised by Strathcona residents in this debate were caused by the viaducts and will be mitigated by their replacement. Action on this issue is 40 years overdue, and thanks to this debate, that action has begun. So the CPR's control over this area ended in the 1980s with a massive land assembly conducted not by the City of Vancouver, but by the province of BC. The province took more than the land. It also took responsibility for major soil contamination on those lands. And then came Expo 86, remembered fondly by most, but a first body blow at the low-cost affordable housing stock of the downtown east side, which only came up a couple of times in this discussion. After 1986, the province sold the lands at auction to Li Ka-shing in a controversial deal that rocked the provincial cabinet, ultimately leading to the resignation of Grace McCarthy and contributing to the defeat of the provincial government. Again, those decisions were made elsewhere, not in this chamber and not by elected officials in this room. The province remains a key stakeholder in the lands to this day, responsible for the toxic soil cleanup and hopeful of a final payment for the entire parcel as a result of that original sale deal. Nonetheless, it was the City of Vancouver which created the official development plan, and Concord Pacific, the company that emerged as the developer, is now close to completing what was once the largest master planned community in North America. Only one parcel is left, and the viaducts run across it. Clearly, as the mayor has said, the city would be better off without the viaducts, better in terms of traffic circulation, better in terms of park space, better in terms of the future for this entire section of the city, but the impacts won't stop there. Imagine the changes that can reshape Georgia Street if it is finally properly connected to False Creek, all the way from the TELUS building, which was just opened with much fanfare, to the old post office, past Larwell Park, possible site of a new art gallery, BCIT, the creative energy facility, and down to a new public space on the water. This would be a transformation of the city. And imagine the new opportunities for historic communities like Chinatown and downtown Eastside and Yaletown fronting on a new waterfront park. Imagine what can happen in False Creek Flats, where those former rail lands can be reborn as an incubator of new green jobs, jobs that should build on the 1,000 jobs already embodied in Warehouse Row, which must be protected in any new traffic plan on the flats. But to realize this vision, we have a lot of work to do. The city, the province, and Concord need to complete their respective negotiations relating to the rezoning, the amended official development plan, and the sale agreement between British Columbia and Concord Pacific. And this will be a very complex and important negotiation, one we must undertake in any case, whether we decided to keep the viaducts or get rid of them, but the potential for the upside is enormously greater without the viaducts, and I think that's been demonstrated conclusively. Our staff need to be clear that Council's view is the city has to negotiate just as hard on behalf of the voters as Concord will for its shareholders. This plan significantly simplifies the province's commitment to manage soil contamination. That's a saving for provincial taxpayers. It proposes increased density to Concord Pacific. That's a benefit to provincial taxpayers because it may provide a final payment to Victoria as a result of the original sale agreement. It provides for residential density next to BC Place, which is a direct benefit to provincial taxpayers. So the province should participate in this final phase of development, in my view, in a way that respects the city's planning responsibilities. That means, as in the new roof on BC Place, that the province acknowledges that the benefits of our zoning decisions should benefit the citizens of Vancouver as well as the provincial treasury. There are many ways this can be done, and let's decide what they are. The financial discussion must be linked to improved public consultation, and that's why I strongly support the revised approach to consultation, including a stewardship group. Thanks. I have a couple more sentences, and I was very retained. Thanks very much, Councillor Genova. Further, thanks very much, Councillor Genova. That's why I strongly support a revised approach to consultation, including a stewardship group, like the one used to guide Olympic Village planning, that combines the big picture with the needs of community stakeholders. And of course, the Park Board will need to shoulder its responsibility for park planning. But creating this stewardship group is another important first step to ensuring there's a citywide perspective on the issues that affect all of us, not just neighbors. The traffic management, the park design, responsiveness to the arts, public space, the rights of First Nations, everything that will be required to make this the best project possible. There's much more that could be said, but let's get to work and let's realize the full potential of this crucial area of our city. So thanks for your patience. Ready for a vote? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yes, we did, Councillor Affleck and I did ask for severance, but I would like some direction from staff because Shivering. Oh man, I'm really leaping ahead of myself. Yes. Oh, I won't state a figure. I know that there are some pieces of this motion that can easily be severed. They seem to be independent of each other. I think H, probably the new L and M, but I'm wondering if staff can advise us in terms of how the other sections may be linked, so it's rather impossible to sever because they all seem to tie together. If we could get some direction from staff on that, I'd appreciate it.
I'm not sure what direction you're seeking, whether or not which ones are linked and which aren't.
Which ones are linked, that's right. Some are more independent in their wording, others definitely are related to each other in the context of the initial decision A.
Well, I think that this is not something that staff can advise on. I think it's a decision that councillors have to make in their own mind as to what links they see and which elements of the motion they support or don't support.
Well, then if I can be clear, I would like to sever H, L, and M, and I don't care about the rest being severed.
I would tell council that I think we should vote on each of them. Is there anybody who wants? Okay, so I'm hearing.
Well, the ones that I got added.
HIJ? So what Councillor Affleck, I think, is proposing is that we vote A through G and K, and then we vote separately on H, I, and J.
Thank you.
I've got a K, that's a budget. You can approve the budget if you want. You want me to sever that too? So Madam Clerk, could we do that? Is that so just to be clear, please, everybody, I would be fine with doing them one by one, but Mr. Dobrovolny, do you have something to suggest?
I'm just looking perhaps for some clarification on the I, J, and K, if the clerk could maybe put those up.
I had HIJ, Mr. Dobrovolny, to be severed.
Right, there's more than that.
Okay, I think it would
A couple of the letters of the alphabet were used more than once tonight.
I think it would be easier if we went one by one, and councillors can fend for themselves, okay?
Just as long as it's the wording is clear for us about.
Okay, so yeah, okay. Okay, we'll do A through G, but I see some more people on the queue. Do you have a point of order, Councillor Louis, or some other intervention? Okay, so you don't have anything further to say. Do you have anything to add, Councillor Carr? You're on the queue.
No, I would support
Okay,
A
so we're done. Points of order are done, so we're ready to vote, and I'm proposing we vote first by severing on A through G. Okay, so we'll go to a voting screen. All those in favor of A through G, please show. Do we need to revote, or are you okay to vote now, Councillor Carr or Councillor Ball? Okay, well, you can do so now, or we can. Okay, so that passes with Councillor Ball, Councillor Carr, Councillor Affleck, and Councillor DeGenova opposed. So now we'll vote on H, I, and J. Would you like to sever them? Okay, so we'll vote on recommendation H. Okay, that, Councillor Ball, do you want to cast a vote on that one? Okay, all in favor? We'll now vote on recommendation I. Councillor Carr, you've got to. Okay, so that passes with Councillor Ball, Carr, and Affleck opposed. Okay, so shall we reset that vote? Let's do it again. Okay. Okay, that passes with Councillor Ball, Carr, Affleck, and DeGenova opposed. Let's take, please, pardon me? Yeah, we revoted it, so you're okay now, Councillor DeGenova? It's all good? Great. Recommendation J. So, sorry, I did, maybe that was my fault. So please vote now on J. Okay, Councillor Ball, are you going to come on board for that one? Okay, that passes with Councillor Carr opposed. Finally, for number K, or item K. Councillor Carr? Okay, that passes with Councillor Ball, Carr, Affleck, and DeGenova opposed. Okay, thank you very much. That concludes work on this item. We'll now recess this meeting and reconvene on Thursday, October 29th at 6 p.m. Oh, L&M, did we miss a couple? Sorry. We did them all, one after the other. No, I'm using the original report. My apologies. Okay. So we have L&M left. Do they need to be severed as well? Okay, so L is consultations with the Black community. So is everyone ready to call a vote on that? Okay, first we'll choose L. Just reset that. So okay, Councillor Louis. Yeah, we are voting, sorry. On L. Okay, Councillor Ball, did you want to oppose that one? It's just, let's reset it and do it again. Yep. So this is the Hogan's Alley Amendment L. I believe it is. Okay, I think we're just waiting on you, Councillor Louis. Yes. We just did it. You did it. You've already voted on Hogan's Alley. So now this is the last vote of the evening. And this is the is M, which is impact, assess and monitor the impacts of viaducts removal. Okay, Councillor Gijanova? Yep. Okay, that passes with Councillor Ball and Councillor Affleck opposed. So I think we are finished with that item, are we not? Great. Okay, that's all the business we decided to do tonight. We'll now recess this meeting and reconvene on Thursday, October 29th at 6 p.m. and we will reconvene in regular council. So Mayor Robertson, I think it's over to you.